All right, y'all, what's going on? What's up? We here back with this post-fight live stream. We're gonna talk about 307 a little bit. All right. Good to see some of y'all already here. Just fixing something here on the page. Okay. All right. There we go. Okay. All right. What's up, y'all? What's up, Two Beast? See a few of y'all already was in here. What's up? Um, yeah, man. I first off, man, I gotta say I enjoyed the card. I enjoyed the card last night. Definitely, definitely delivered. I mean, we didn't get any finishes with the women, but the card was still good. The card still delivered. The fights were what's up, easy? What's going on? The fights were they were solid, they were entertaining. I can't really say anything bad. I think everything that happened the way it happened was what we kind of I know what I kind of predicted as far as how they would go. I mean, technically I should be 4-0 from last night. Technically I should be, man, because Carla on the second go round, okay, yeah, I could see Carla winning that fight. Okay. I could see Carla winning that fight. If you're going by who pressed some action and who did the most, like like to try to win in just like a matter of time, we could argue that, right? Um, yeah, that was a fight that it was pretty tight though. Like I didn't think anybody was going to get finished against Carla and Tisha. That fight was not going to end in a finish. I mean, there were some moments in there. There was like a couple moments in there where either Tisha looked like she was in trouble or Carla got buzzed a bit. So I thought, to me, yeah, that fight could have it could have went to Carla, but again, man, it wasn't no robbery, man. It was just one of them things where if you don't go in there and show up, like, to me, I just I felt like Carla didn't show up like this was her last fight, like she wanted to leave an everlasting imprint there, in the cage. Um, Same with Marina and Lucindo. We got some questions answered there. We're gonna talk about that a little bit. I think Marina, again, her issues they're always the same, but that was a close fight too. That was a close one too, man. Kayla's the only one that really pulled through. Kayla got her test, but she was the only one that really pulled through to get her victory. As far as like stepping out and being stronger than her opponent. Yeah, the main event though, for us, the bantamweight fight, Rocky and Julianna, that was a good fight though. That was good. It was good. So yeah, let's see what we're gonna talk about first, man. Let's get into this. Let me see. I'm gonna look across the board here, just all the 307 fights. That Court McGee and Tim Means fight. I know some people are like, "Oh, Court McGee been in here too long," But hey, that 23-13, man. Court, don't count Court out like that. That's what I'm saying. You can't count some of these guys out, man. Like, you might think one day they're on their way out, but look at how Court McGee just went in there and submitted Tim Means, man. That was crazy. He went in there and got it done. Some people thought he might get knocked out, but there's experience. That 23-13 stands as experience, and you just can't jump on a guy. I mean, Tim Means, of course, over what 50 fights itself, got a number of fights too, but I know some people thought Court McGee wasn't going to get that, but yeah, good win for him. Yeah, Carla and Tisha. Then you got Ryan Spann. Oh yeah, Ryan Spann or OSP. I mean, Ryan Spann, he got him a submission too, first round. That was impressive. Yeah, Austin Hubbard and Alexander Hernandez. That could have been close to like a fight of the night candidate. That was good. I just thought Alexander Hernandez just had too much speed and great takedown defense. I mean, he stuffed all the takedowns. It was like what 10 out of 10 takedown stuff. He did a really good job, man. Really good job. Austin, though, he started catching up a little late. I thought that he was kind of fighting behind Hernandez in the first couple rounds. I mean, yeah, he was landing some good power shots. He did some damage on Alexander Hernandez, but I think he was just really having trouble chopping him down. Like, he couldn't slow him down, and his strategy as far as for getting a takedown wasn't really his fault. Hernandez was just too quick and slippery for him. So I thought Hernandez won it 29-28. I gave Hernandez the first two rounds. Wow, man. 30-27, though. That was crazy. Austin Hilbert got that 30-27. I know y'all had to see that. Y'all thought that was nuts, man. But I thought that was whoa. All right, we're gonna talk about Marina and Yasmin here in a minute. Ooh, man. Wonder Boy and Joaquin Buckley, though, man. Joaquin Buckley, he deserved a finish bonus for that one. That was a good fight. I mean, Buckley was using his strength and wrestling a lot, but I ain't gonna lie, man. Wonder Boy was in there. Wonder Boy was still tagging him up. Still landing some shots every now and then. Still looked like he was game. Going into that third, it looked a little competitive, but then boom, Buckley gets him out of there, man. And that's what you got to do. That was a good finish to the prelims. That was probably like my favorite like finish where it was like you didn't know what was going to happen. Shout out to Buckley on that one. The main card, of course, Kayla gets it done. She gets a victory. We'll come back and talk about that. Roman, of course, Roman, he was putting the work on Kevin Holland. Kevin Holland, man, like I said, he just show up sometime, man. Like he just come there to fight, and that's it. Like I don't even know if he's coming to win sometimes, but he was getting tore up in there on the ground, man. I think what did it turn out to be with Kevin Holland? Was it his rib? Because he kept on like pointing to his rib like he was hurt. Hold on. I never went back and looked at that because I was watching these fights. I just kept watching this Julianna Pena fight again. Let me see. Let's see. He was suffered. He's forced to quit after suffering a freak injury. All right, let's see. What was the injury? Yeah. The rib, right? He broke his rib. Okay, yeah. I figured it was. Yeah, when I was looking, like he kept pointing to the rib. So okay, he broke his rib. Yeah, that was vicious, man. Like I don't know how long he's gonna be out. All right, so that was kind of a freak finish. Jose Aldo and Mario Batista, that was a good fight. I saw Bautista winning the fight just because of the game plan he was implementing. I can't really argue that. Jose Aldo was doing okay with the boxing. No problem there. Rocky and Julianna Pena. I thought Rocky still won. I watched that twice now. I still think Rocky won. I mean, Alex and Khalil, man, that was just a brutal fight right there. That was just a brutal beating. Khalil had about as much chance as he could, but technique and power and just patience. The MMA math added up on that one. Puncher's chance. He did get a knockdown on Alex, right? Flash knockdown like he was supposed to. But as he faded and just didn't have the stamina, he just got picked apart and sliced up, So that's what it was, right? Yeah, so that was just a little run through the card as far as I enjoyed it. I thought 307 was pretty good as far as the WMMA fights too. Like I know everybody kept saying Rocky, Julianna Pena. Oh man, it's gonna be boring, but it delivered. That's all I was hoping for. I was hoping the fight could deliver, so hey, I could go back and say, hey man, it didn't turn out to be like Rose and Carla rematch. All right. Easy said that's what Holland gets for the disrespect. Yeah, there was a lot of that unnecessary trash talk. And that's what I'm saying. Like sometimes I get tired of that trash talk. If you are known to just go in there and act a fool sometimes and get embarrassed, just be quiet. You know what I mean? Like we're gonna tune in and watch it. Just be quiet. Just be quiet, and I'll be fine with that. Don't just answer the question, right? Just answer the question. Marcus Bell, what's going on, man? 06 in the building. Say yes, sir. What's up, man? I mean, for real, though, this ain't a prediction score that I ain't mad at really, because the fights were good. I'll tell you mine right here. I was 1-3. I was 1-3 because honestly, it could be, like I said, I could be 4-0, or I could be 2-2 because a lot of y'all feel like Carla did win the fight, right? Um, Even some of the judges, right? Marina thought she won. So that just shows you that the card was good and these fights were competitive like that. I mean, this one here, just really couldn't I couldn't really say, like, just going out on a limb, because I'm not really sure who's going to step out of the box. But as far as how they played out, I'm pinned that. Really, when you predicting who's going to win, you really just trying to see the future there. But as far as like how strategies were pulled out, I was spot on with that. We all knew that Marina was going to get drowned on the ground, right? So yeah, no problem there. Uh, you won't see me hiding. Um, Pena actually wants to clear that 1-1, man. I don't know, man. Like, we're gonna hold off. We're gonna talk about that though, man. Colstrom said, yeah, let's talk about this fight first. I'm gonna jump around and talk about this one. Let me see. Let me fix my page here real quick. Sometimes little things like that just need to be, so update that. Okay, that's better. Okay, so yeah, I want to start with this fight first. Yeah, Marina Rodriguez and Yasmin Lucindo. I want to talk about some Lucindo levels a little. Yeah, we got some answers. We got some answers. And to answer your question, we're gonna go in order here and talk about these fights. So, Kama, what are your thoughts on the ref making Lucindo stand up? At first, I didn't understand why, but I thought it was a good idea. I think he did right because Yasmin Lucinda was doing a lot of dirty stuff down there. She was doing a lot of eye pokes. I got a couple of the pictures. I didn't upload them, but I got a couple of the pictures where she was poking the eyes with the fingers and using her chin, because I was wondering why she wasn't using a lot of ground and pound. I said, oh, I see what she's doing. Like, she trying to get a little dirty up in there. Like, even in her full mount, like, usually when a fighter gets a full mount, you might as well start raining blows on them, right? But she didn't do that. She just started like rubbing her face on her. She just started rubbing her face on her, like getting all close up in her face. I said, what is she doing here? And then I saw like the chin and the eyes. I was like, oh, okay, that's what he was looking at. Like, because overall, like, it wasn't just Lucindo laying and praying. She was getting a little dirty. I think he would have let it play out a little longer. Like, that first time was the second round, right? The angle I couldn't really see, but I know she had like her fingers in her eyes. And then she started getting a little close up again. He stood him up, and that's where he thought it was weird. But I guess, yeah, like I said, the referee, he saw that. And then in the third round, she did it again, and she got stood up again. So I was cool with the standing up. Like, if it was to avoid doing some dirty tactics, yeah. But yeah, after watching the fight, that's cool, man. Like, okay, Lucindo got work to do. Lucindo's got some work to do. I think out of the two here, we can say that there's more of a chance for Yasmin Lucindo, right? Time is on her side. Growth is still something she needs. She has improved from her first fight with Yasmin Jauregui, right? So I think that on that note, she is fine as far as where she stands. Like, she wasn't exposed or anything. Like, as far as being overhyped, okay, maybe some things were brought to light. As I'd say, like, okay, this can be worked on, that can be worked on. But as far as like bad habits, okay, the dirty tactics, yeah, you would clean that up. But when it comes down to like bad habits, I can't really say like she had any like horrible habits in there, man. There's just some things that she got to grow with. Maybe she needs a boxing coach that's going to show her, hey, you got a long reach for your height, man. Start throwing long straight strikes. I think working with Amanda, she kind of been trying to throw that right hand the same way. She's trying to lob that power hand, but that comes with a good setup. You got to have a leg kick, which she wasn't really throwing. You got to throw that jab out there, which she wasn't really doing. She was just trying to look for power, so she took a little page out of Lamos's book. So I think, yeah, that's what she got to work on. Colostrum. I think that's not really a bad, even the ground and pound. Yeah, I think she needs to improve the ground and pound. That's necessary. But all that can be worked on. All of that can be worked on her side, because at her age, there's going to be a lot of there's going to be a lot of I say there's some lessons learned, but there's going to be a lot of drills, and with her camp behind it, they're going to be trying to change it. They're going to be trying to change her because she's still new. Marina, I think she's just more so settled into what she is and what she does, and sometimes that's just what some fighters want to do. They don't want to change their spots, because again, man, it would have been one thing, man, like if we see Marina like sprawling a little bit or just like squirming, how like Grasso does or Joanna does. But as soon as she gets put on her back, it's just like, oh, this is it. I'm gonna just go for the ride and hope for the best, So, yeah, I do see. Yeah, I do feel like Marina did edge it out with some of the damage she landed in the third round, but I really can't argue it. Because when you get put on your back like that, we already know what it is. We already know what it is in them cases with her, and the judges were looking at that. If I was a matchmaker, who would you give Lucindo next? All right, since Lucindo didn't look too good, she didn't look like a monster, like she was ready for top 5. Like had she knocked out Marina or did something crazy like beat her 30-27 and submitted Marina, because she would have been like the first to submit Marina, right? Had she done that, Lucindo's 14 right now, right? She just fought somebody who's number 6 and 1, so she'll probably be like 7 or 8. As a ranked fighter with average win, I would probably say I'd probably give her Loopy. Colostrum, or I would give her the winner of Dern and Ebas, because they fight in December. So if Yasmin Lucinda comes back in 2025, she can fight the Dern Ebas winner or Loopy. That's who I would match her up against. I would match one or out of those 3 fighters. I think that's a good step for Lucindo to work on, maybe her striking again and her takedown tactics, maybe how she handles a wrestler like Loopy, somebody that's blitzing like Mackenzie Dern. All 3 of them, that got that warrior's heart. I want to see her warrior's heart tested now, and somebody that's going to test her grappling too and force her to be a long striker. So any of them 3 fights would be good for Lucindo. Any of them 3 opponents, however it works out. I think Dern, Ebas, or Loopy should be next for Lucindo now that she's in that mix. That's the only way we can get some questions answered now that she's in there. Man, that was a huge step down for Marina too, fighting somebody 8 spots down. She just fought somebody 8 spots down too, man. Yeah, she just came on, came on down the ladder, man. She's coming down the ladder. I think for Marina though, man, I do want to see her fight Angela Hill. That might be the one fight she could possibly win, but even then, Angela Hill, Angela's tough, man. Like Angela's got that. She at least, Angela's been kind of working on her ground game and her physical strength. So I don't know, man. That's a fight that I'd probably kind of lean towards Angela, but it's the one fight I would say is a little bit more safe for Marina right now. out of all of these opponents at strawweight. Like, if she's gonna continue to fight down now, because she just lost 2 in a row. She lost to Andrade, and now she lost to Lucindo. So yeah. Oh, Lucindo versus Fatima Klein. Ooh, that'd be good. That would get shoot. That'd be a big step up for Fatima Klein, because that would get her ranked, man. Fatima Klein, she got some good striking too, though, man. Like, I would say, like, both of their striking abilities might be the same. The striking abilities might be the same, but Fatima Klein, her jiu-jitsu is solid too, So I don't know, man. That's kind of off of what I've seen and how big Fatima Klein is too. She's like 3 inches taller, and she's long and durable. I don't know, man. Klein might be inclined to take that one. That's a good one though. Yeah, close. I don't know if Lucindo can handle her grappling though, man. I don't know, because her level of grappling, you just don't. People just don't know. It's good. It's solid. It's solid. Like, I'm ready to see it tested against some of the better grapplers. Like, I would love to see Klein and Jillian Robertson kind of go at it on the ground there. I'd like to see who would come out the winner there, as far as their jiu-jitsu there. Yeah, Lucindo has a little bit of power in her hand, but so does Klein. I think Klein is a little bit tighter with her IQ. I think she knows how to strike and how she knows when to. She can hang in there a little long too. Like, it would be a brawling type of fight at points, but I could see them both kind of slowing down and trying to checkmate the one or the other. So yeah, Lucindo and Fatima Klein. Let's see Klein get ranked first, man, before I get too excited for that one. Josh, what's up? He said Fatima Klein trains with Aaron Blanchfield. Oh yeah, yep. So we'll see what happens, man. Marina Angela, I like, and Lucindo, she's got a few names that I like to see her in there with. Let's see. Yep, shout out to Carla, man. I did see Carla doing enough, but again, enough ain't enough in certain situations. I think that Carla maybe was still feeling that 2-year layoff. Sometimes it's like, you got to get your body going again. When she stepped it up, it was just a little too late in that 3rd round, man. It was just a little too late, man. I don't know. I wanted to see a little bit more from Carla. I was kind of disappointed that she just didn't let it all hang out in a couple of these rounds. Like, I know she was trying to be careful of Tisha, but Tisha Torres ain't really got power like that. Tisha don't have no power like that, man. She don't go in there and knock people out. So I thought, man, like, come on, like, go ahead and take a couple more chances, Carla. Like, go ahead and bum rush her a few times. I know she's strong, but go get in there and try to, take her down and be a little bit more rough with her. Go in there and be physical. Because Carla, her striking has improved. She was able to land some good shots in there. I think she took the 1st round with a good takedown strategy, but she took the 2nd round off, man. After taking that 2nd round off, she kind of put herself behind and then went in for that little late surge in the 3rd. How else are they going to look at this thing? How else are they going to look at this thing? Sergio, what's up, man? Yeah, Lucindo Gomes, that's a good fight. Gomes got Jillian Robertson problems right now, though, right? No, Carolina problems, right? Well, Carolina got some problems. Yeah. The judges from last night, yeah, in a way they do need to be investigated closely. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised Marina's coaches attempt to train Marina how to defend takedowns, but Marina refused. That'd be crazy, man. Like, I don't know if I would train a fighter anymore if they kept refusing like that. I mean, some people must just want to get paid, but if my fighter kept refusing, I'd be like, I don't know if I can train you anymore, man, because you ain't gonna embarrass me. I mean, as a trainer, you got a reputation too, because people gonna be saying, "Oh, like who trains her, man? Like who's getting her the takedown defense that she needs? Like who's giving her the drills?" If you do that and you stay around, people gonna be like, "Oh, wow, like your training, your trainer and your coach is like, y'all don't know takedown defense. Like y'all kind of sucking right now, So I think the thing is like you do that and you stick around, you giving yourself a bad name too. So if that's the case, man, like they should have been gone. It should have been out the door, man. Uh yeah, Carla and Marina, I thought they both won the fight. I thought they both won the fight, Sergio. Closum said Tisha should have retired too. I mean, her being a new mom, I don't think she's as hungry. Yeah, let's talk about that too, because I think with Carla, coming in doing what she had to do and the way she felt, I mean, okay, that's fine. It's not gonna lead to anything anymore. She's done. All right, that's cool. Shout out to Carla. She been around a long time. But let's talk about the fighters sticking around. Like Tisha, I don't think retirement's too far. I don't think retirement is like 5-6 years away for her, man. I think it's creeping up too, man, because she's strong, but I don't know if the hunger is there like that. Maybe just to fight, maybe just as a job, but that's when it gets dangerous, man. Like Clostrom, I think that if Tisha sticks around any longer, you might start seeing her get finished. I mean, right now I give her props all day. Like she's tough to finish, but these girls on the come up, man, they're big. They're strong. They might be green. Some of these girls might be green and they might be losing, but I don't know, man. Even like with Sam Hughes, the way she's evolving, let Sam Hughes evolve a little bit more, and let's say Tisha and her fight again. I think Sam Hughes might be able to beat her this time. She's been working on her wrestling and getting better. I'm just saying that like that's how far I think some of these girls are coming. Hey, shoot, you put Klein up in there at some point. We got that. She's a big strawweight, so I don't think honestly Tisha's gonna get the top 5 right now because let me see who's in top 5. Hold on. Top 5 right now, yeah, we already know it's Tatiana, Jan, Verna, Andrade, and Lemos. She's already lost to Andrade. I don't see Tisha beating Verna right now. Lemos, yeah, I don't see her winning those fights. So, Tisha just beat somebody who came back. Where would that put her in the rankings? Would it even get her ranked? Are they going to throw her in there at number 15? Maybe Tisha Carolina Kovacevic. That should have been the fight to make at some point. But a lot of these fighters, Tisha already fought too, like Dern, Angela Hill, Ricci. I know she hasn't fought Loopy, but some of these girls, I think they just have certain things that can kind of shut that speed down now. The game is different. The game is different. Now, back in the day, when Tisha first came along, I was like, oh, yeah, that speed's going to do some things. But even then, it lost. It wasn't enough. It just wasn't enough. So, yeah, I think that too, man. I think that retirement might be coming along. If she want to get in a couple of more wins, get a couple more fights, fine, but maybe in another 2 or 3, I probably see it coming, To be said, funny thing about this fight, I picked Tisha, but as soon as the fight got started, I started rooting for Carla. Yeah, I was straight down on it. I was like, let me go with Carla. I think Carla's got enough to do. She's got enough to do the job. Yeah, Judge is getting worse. Easy, it's crazy. It's crazy. Josh said Marina needs to be cut. She's only there for a paycheck now. It might be coming, man. It might be coming because somebody the other day brought up a good point. When they cut or they didn't renew Jennifer Maya's contract and then they let Tyler Santos go. Viviana Araujo probably on that chopping block. They on that Brazilian. They was on their Brazilian tear for a minute, man. They said I'm getting rid of all. We got enough Brazilians. They were like, we getting rid of these Brazilians right now. So Jennifer Maya, good record, but she wasn't safe, right? To be said, I don't believe there were any robberies. Okay. Let me see. What are we talking about? He said he don't think they're gonna cut Marina. She's just good enough to stick around and be a stepping stone. Hey, that's what we thought about Jennifer Maya though. I wouldn't be surprised. I think I agree with that. I think she could stick around and maybe get in a couple more fights for sure. But I I'm looking at how the UFC thinks right now. They might do business because you just signed a few good girls. You got a lot of good girls coming in. So got Josephine Knudsen on the way, Fatima Klein. Um, you still, yeah, like I said, you have Lucindo, this Pujo Tomar they pushing now. So they're gonna start making some room. Don't be surprised now. They might make some room up in this thing. So we'll see. AZ, what's up? She said Joanna retired too early. Who said Joanna? You think Joanna retired too early? No, I think Joanna retired at the right time. I think she was having some medical issues too. So maybe low key, the brain and everything. But I think she did right to retire. Because Marina, she may not have good takedown defense, and we always compare to Joanna, but Joanna wasn't really evolving as much either. I was looking at the reaction too. When you look at the reaction, look at the reaction of when they were reading the cards. And she heard that first card. I think what was it? Was it the 30-27? Tisha kind of shook her head. She was like, "Oh yeah, I lost." She kind of shook her head like, "Yeah, I don't think I got this." So when they read that next card, she was like, "Yeah, I don't think so." Then that third card, but then when they said that, Tisha was like, "Oh snap, I won." Yeah, you could see it in the reaction though. You could see it, man. Yeah, Brazilians be winning too much. UFC said we need our American stars. They said get some more blonde hair. Oh man, Josh said Jackie Amorim and Talita Allen-Carr. Yeah, you got them too. Like Talita Allen-Carr, her name is something I always forget. I don't know, her name just ain't common. I always forget her, but yeah, she's there. Yeah, Amorim is there. Sergio said Alexa, Jan, Verna, Marina, not so much now. Just a lot of fighters coming in, so they could cut some people. Yeah, Josephine gonna be a problem if she can fix her ground game. I agree, close from I think she's really strong too. I think she's really, really strong. Her clinch game is pretty good. I think some of the things that put people off, which I don't knock it, man. Like she don't get a lot of finishes. The thing is she don't get a lot of finishes like that. So yeah, that's why I said easy. Like Allen-Carr, I kind of forget her. Like maybe if she was Wang Kong in it or something, maybe I would remember her. But is it just wait a minute? Who was the long? Is Talita Allen-Carr the long girl? Because the other girl that she fought, the long tall girl, right? Is that Talita Allen-Carr? Or is that the short girl that looks like Carla? Yeah. No, I'm thinking of the girl that Talita Allen-Carr fought, the tall long girl, Stephanie Luciano. I'm thinking of her. I'm thinking of Stephanie Luciano, y'all. Yeah, Allen-Carr, she kind of looked like another little Carla, but she didn't have that game like Carla, man. Like she did rock Luciana in that fight, but she lost steam. I think Carla got more steam than that girl. But yeah, Stephanie Luciano was the tall girl that was, doing all these crazy strikes and stuff and jumping in the air. Like she was kind of fun. So I thought that was a girl y'all were talking about. But yeah, Luciano is tall girl. Tall girl. Talita Allen-Carr, I'm gonna just call her Carla Jr. for now. That's how we're gonna remember Carla Jr. Yeah, she do look like Carla. She do. Nicole Cagliari, I believe she's a flyweight, right? Nicole Cagliari, yeah, she's a flyweight. Yeah, she's the one that got the finish against the La Frembois, right? Yeah, she's a flyweight. Oh, Palostri. Yeah, Palostri's fighting too. Palostri. She fights. Who is Palostri fighting again? Yeah, see, strawweight. They either got to step their game up because I'm remembering names, but only when people throw them at me. Like when you talk flyweight, I got them locked in because we watching something. We know we in for something. But yeah, Tisha, yeah, Corey McKenna. Okay, Corey McKenna. All right, thank you. Corey McKenna. Corey McKenna. Oh, you said don't disrespect Carla like that. Yeah, my bad, my bad. Marcus said Marnik Man versus Talita Allen Carr is a possibility. And it's a possibility I might get amnesia again, and I'm gonna forget that. Man, that's a matchup right there. Woo. I don't even know what to say, man. Like Martin Man, Talita Allen Carr, man. I'm like, yo, like anybody remember him? I want to see let's see Bruna Brazil. I want to see Bruna Brazil and Stephanie Luciano fight. That'd be a good fight. That'd be a good fight. Those girls are so long though, they might get tangled up like Laffy Taffy or something. Corey, wait, McKenna. Yeah, man. Corey McKenna, man. She gotta wake up, man. I know she just got married, but hey, who said that the other day, man? Was it Josh, Sergio? Some of these names run together because of the way the colors of y'all's avatars look. But was it Johnny? No, was it Josh or Sergio said that, and it's still true. You know, when the girl comes back off of maternity leave, she loses, right? And it happened again. When Tisha came back, she lost. When Carla came back, she lost, right? So there it goes again. Yep. Cheyenne Velismus, I don't know when she's coming back, but according to the MMA math for moms, when Cheyenne Velismus comes back, she's destined to lose, right? That's what it seems like. Bruna Ellen, yeah, Bruna Ellen, man. You know what? Bruna Ellen disappointed me in that last fight, man. She got owned in that last fight. Bruna Ellen didn't know what she was doing in there. I'm just saying, man. Like Bruna Ellen, she that girl, what is her name? The Russian girl she fought. Hold on, let me pull up her name. Yeah, Natasha. Natasha. You see, Natasha Kuziktina. Yeah, Natasha Kuziktina. She put that work in on Bruna Ellen, and I didn't feel sorry for Bruna Ellen, man. Who do you think Ketlin Souza should fight next? Ketlin Souza. Let's see, she a banger too. Who did she just beat? Yasmin, right? Ketlin Souza. Let me see. Loma. Ketlin. Oh man, Mark. Look. I just said it too. As soon as I said it, Marcus he typed it in too. Yeah, Ketlin Souza and Loma. If she passes the Loma test, then we give her a ranked fighter. Colton said, "What fight was that? That was a Jacqueline Amarin fight. That was that Jacqueline Amarin fight." All right, so moving on here. I know y'all been waiting to talk about this one. Let me see. Where is it? Let me see. Let me find another picture here. Let's talk about. All right, let's jump to some Harrison and Ketlin Vieira talk. All right. In the meantime, so what did y'all think of the performance from Kayla Harrison? What did y'all think of Kayla Harrison's performance? Okay. What did you think of Kayla Harrison's performance? There it is. Oh, grabbing in on the inside of the glove. That was Demopoulos. All right, Marcus said it was decent. It was decent. It was decent. All right, 2B said Kayla looked pretty solid. 6 out of 10 for me. Colton said lackluster. Kayla looked like an average bantamweight. Okay. I thought, it was a decent performance too. I definitely, this is what I wanted to see. I mean, this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see her tested, like going straight in after a Holly Holm fight to the belt. I just didn't think would be fair. And it wouldn't have been fair to her, and it wouldn't have been fair to anybody in front of her, right? To me, I mean, we could talk about how bad the bantamweight division is, but I think Kayla Harris needed this type of fight. You know, we talk about the PFL record. That's why I said, yeah, like, okay, well, let's see her fight somebody with a lot of experience, right? And Ketlin, to me, I knew she was going to bring experience, but I didn't really think she was going to bring victory. Like, I didn't think she was going to be making this another split decision issue here. I didn't think we were going to have that type of issue. I just knew that there's going to be moments and little exchanges where we go, uh-oh, Kayla got a little test. But then I kind of figured out that looking through Kayla's last few performances, she's going to have enough to find a way to win. It might not be pretty, but she's going to get a victory here. Like, and it's the same way I kind of see in certain fighters, like fighters that are used to being dominant, but they still want to win. They know how to make adjustments. Like, when you see Manon, a lot of people think, Manon's going to finish everybody because she's big, but eventually, even like with her, whenever she's not sitting down on shots, or if somebody's giving her some problems in there, you start seeing them do something. You start seeing them do enough because they taking their time, or they being cautious, because it's like, all right, I don't want to go too crazy in here. And I think Kayla was doing that here in this fight. Like, Kayla didn't go too nuts. Like, Kayla didn't want to get countered. Kayla didn't want to get countered with no right hand. That was smart. She didn't want to get countered. Like, she said, let me see what this girl offers. Like, when she went for the takedown, she went for him when she knew Ketlin was completely out of position. Like, it would have been stupid for her to just try to steamroll Ketlin. Ketlin's huge, right? So that first takedown, the one you see here, that was set up perfect. She set it up perfect. She landed the left hand, and then she just dropped that level and took Ketlin up in the air, and Ketlin was just caught off guard, like, oh snap, she got me. That was like Ketlin's reaction to this. Like, when she hit the mat, and she was just on her back, it was like, oh man, here we go. And even on the cage, like I said, Kayla didn't really leave herself too wide open, like making too many stupid mistakes. She just used her strength to kind of keep Ketlin in a position that was kind of a neutral position and land some knees to the body. But at the same time, it made Ketlin just remain neutral. Like, Ketlin couldn't really take any chances. Like, Ketlin couldn't take any chances to try to rough her up, because she knew she was going to wind up on the ground. So the strength is a big part of this. It's a big part of this train for Kayla right now. The strength is a big part of her train. And as long as these girls can't really match that strength, and nobody really has the striking IQ to pick her apart, I think Kayla definitely has a clear shot at getting the belt, though, to me. Yeah, after looking at the fight, though, it definitely makes me say, yeah, I think that if Amanda Nunes was here, and had that been Amanda, Amanda probably would still take her to school. Like, a fresh Amanda that's good to go, Amanda would be all over this fight. Amanda would be all over it. But if I was gonna rate it, you said close from 6 out of 7. Yeah, I probably would give it like a 6. I probably give it like a 6, 6.5, something like that. I think it was a good fight. I definitely think it was good showing for her. got the knot on the head and saw her bleed a little bit, and she handled it well. So it was like, you know, outside of that, I'm not even gonna say those were exposed moments. I was like, that's expected. I'm a little disappointed with Ketlin though, man. You know, she talked all that mess, man. I mean, I'm glad that they hashed it out, had a little bit of forgiveness in there. That's good. But hey, you had us fight fans ready to see some action. Ketlin saw it was different though, and that's what I'm saying. I give Kayla a lot of flack in the past, but as I saw her kind of just grow and her mind state never changed, because you see some fighters, you know, some paper champions come along, some overrated people, they come along, but their momentum is stopped sometimes. But where Kayla's at right now, I think she's gonna get a shot here, and I think she's got what she needs to win it right now. You know, against against who's in there, right? Who she's fighting. But yeah, Nunes is the only one that will beat Kayla. I agree with that 100%. That's like watching this fight, I was like, okay, Nunes is the only one. And that's if Nunes is here. Like if Nunes is right here, Nunes wins clearly. I think Nunes was watching this night just smiling at everybody, you know, smiling at her daughters, smiling at Kayla, you know what I mean? Thinking, oh man, if I was still there, I would win, you know. But Kayla got tested, you know, she got tested here a little bit. Ketlin was just that. I didn't think Ketlin was going to pull off an upset. I didn't think she had enough to go in there and do it, you know. So yeah, to be said, Norma versus Kayla. Yeah, that's still the fight I've been wanting to see. I've been wanting that, and I think Norma has that coming once she secures another fight, because we already know that Kayla's probably going to get the shot. So I think one of Kayla's title defenses, if she wins the belt, will probably be Norma Dumont, I think. Yeah, people were saying Ketlin was a black belt in jiu-jitsu, but she had nothing for Kayla on the ground. Nothing. Nah, she didn't. I mean, when I watched the Yana Santos fight a couple of nights ago, I said, I don't know if this is going to work. You know, like if Yana Santos was getting control on Ketlin, there was really no stopping Kayla from controlling her. You know, the girls just need to train for Kayla, wrestling, etc. Kayla ain't unbeatable. She just need better fight logic. Yeah, Kayla's not unbeatable. No, she's not. She's beatable. Yeah, she is beatable. Like Kayla is beatable, but it just takes the right person with that right amount of strength and right, yes, fight logic, striking IQ, and so on. I think Kayla got tested. I think Kayla got tested. She won the majority of the fight. Ketlin was just surviving. She didn't do anything other than the elbow. Yeah, landed her a couple elbows. Even the stand-up part, like I said, the stand-up thing, you know, Kayla's leg kicks were a little bit more powerful. You know, Kayla's leg kicks took the legs right out from under Ketlin twice, you know. So I don't know if it's just a balance thing or was a strength thing really there on the legs too, but she couldn't handle that, right? So yeah, Kayla gets her shot. Ketlin back to the drawing board. I'm sure that she's still wanting to fight. Ketlin, you know, she's not going anywhere. Since Ketlin lost at number 3, maybe her and Norma fight now. Maybe her and Macy Chase on fight now. Maybe Norma and Macy get a rematch. Who knows, right? Oh, yeah, no, hold on. Ketlin's number 2. Sorry, she was number 2 this past week. So with Ketlin being number 2, maybe her and Norma can fight, or Norma and Macy Chase on fighting that actual bantamweight rematch. You know, eventually I do want to see Kayla Harrison and Norma Dumont. I do want to see that fight. Easy said, I don't see them giving Nunes a title shot right away, but she may have to fight someone else. So maybe if Pena loses, she could get to Kayla through her. Now I hope Nunes don't even bother with these girls. Just let them keep doing what they do. Josh said Ketlin versus Kel Rosa. Where's Kel Rosa at? Kel Rosa is ranked number 9. I don't think Kel Rosa ready for that type of action. I mean, it would be some action, but Ketlin versus Jacqueline, that'd be a good fight. Honestly, that would be a good fight. I think give Jacqueline a few more fights to kind of work on her like takedown defense and her strength. Jacqueline technically sound with her striking too, man. But she can't be stopping though. She can't be stopping. Yeah, she can't be stopping in that fight. To be said, honestly, besides Pena and Dumont, nobody really has much for Kayla unless we see Jackie pass the grappler wrestler test. Yeah, if she passes that with flying colors, then we can talk. Easy E said it wouldn't make sense to come back for Pena. Nunes will wait to see if Kayla wins. Nunes has way more beef with Kayla than Pena. Do y'all think that? Do y'all think so? Do y'all think Nunes has more beef with Kayla than Pena? Pena makes the beef seem bigger. Seem like Pena got bigger beef with Nunes though, you know? Josh said what happened to Tynair Lisboa. She's training now. She had a knee injury. All right, well, let's talk a little bit about this here, y'all. Yeah, so Julianna Pena, she got the belt. I watched it 2 times. I could watch it a third time, and I still favor. To me, this is just me. Like I said, I favor what Rocky had done in the first round because that's the only round we all argue is the first round. You know, the rest of the rounds we all say, okay, Pena won this, Pena won that, Rocky won this, Rocky won that, right? But the first round to me, I thought Rocky had done enough to win it. I thought her striking was a little bit more solid, but oh well. There were moments Rocky. I'll say this though, Rocky shouldn't have been get hit. She shouldn't have been getting hit with some of them shots. Like if she was the better boxer, she shouldn't have been getting hit with some of those shots. All right, she really shouldn't have been getting hit with some of those punches that Julianna Pena was hitting her with. All right. Sergio said she landed one good uppercut. Now she landed a left hook that kind of knocked her back. She landed her uppercut and a left hook. The left hook off of the uppercut. And she landed another sequence in there and a couple of good leg kicks too. Then she stopped throwing leg kicks. You know, she stopped throwing leg kicks. But Julianna Pena had a good 1-2 in there. You know, she had a good basic 1-2 that just kept landing too. So, yeah, Julianna Pena might have taken that round. You know, she took that round. So again, I can't say robbery there. I say that Rocky, even as a champion, you know, go ahead and step it up. You know, outskill your opponent. Do what you got to do. Don't fight down to their level. I don't think that Rocky did a good job of fighting to a higher championship level at that. But that's what made it a really good fight too. That, you know, they kind of fought at the same level, and that's where the action came in. You know, like say if Rocky fought at a higher level, it could have just been a one-sided beating, or it could have been like a boring chess match with her picking Pena apart. But with it being more of a level where Rocky kind of fought down to the level and Pena rising up with her technique, it made it a good fight. It made it a good fight to me. But yeah, Pena's jab, I got to give her jab a lot of credit too. Like her jab gave her a lot of good right hands. And I don't think Rocky was expecting it to be like that. And then there was like her ego, man. Like her ego was almost wanting to match her jab for jab or trying to prove that she could take it. You know, I was like, you know, go ahead and get get low, take your head off the line, start jabbing it to the body. But I think, Rocky gave Pena too many opportunities. Like, when these rounds get down like that and they're that close, there's really, like I said, there's really nobody to blame now. There's really nobody to blame. Rocky won, but the refs work for the UFC. To be said, 25 and 17 in strikes, give or take one or two either side in Pena's favor. I watched every exchange in slow motion. Josh said Rocky lost because she didn't finish Pena in the fourth. She knocked her down. Yeah, she landed a good neck. She landed a good neck kick, head kick, neck/head kick. She dropped her in the fourth round. And then she went in for a clinch instead of creating space. She, again, that was Rocky's fault. That was Rocky's fault right there. You knocked her down. You should have let her get back up. So I don't know. Like, 6, I still felt Pena won though. Sergio said commentators, they were only pointing out the good things Pena did in that round. Yeah, they were doing that to Tisha too, but people felt Carla won the fight, right? So you really can't. I leave the commentating turned down, so I don't go by what they say. Blood Throne said the judges probably wanted to see Pena and Harrison so badly. Oh yeah, of course. When it comes down to tightness too, they probably already have it in their mind to say, okay, like, if this round is up in the air, well, we'll give it to the person that we got to push more for at this point. That's going to be better for the division. I don't know about y'all though, man. Like, in that fourth round, when Julianna Pena got knocked down, I kind of saw a Wei Lee moment with her, man. Like, I think Pena's chin is kind of wearing down now. Like, I really do, man. Let me see here. I'm gonna upload something here. I know I don't want to get dinged for playing a clip of the fight, but I'm gonna just do it in slow motion. Hold on, because I recorded this off my TV when I was sitting back. I said, "Did you see Pena's face? Did anybody look at Pena's face when she got knocked down? Let me ask y'all that. Did y'all look at Pena's face? Watch her reaction when the right hand lands, man. Watch her reaction when that right hand lands right on the button. Like, her body gave out and she was like, oh, snap. Hold on. I'm going to do this in slow motion here. Hold on. Let's see. Because I on the second go round, when I was watching it, I was laying back, right? I was on the floor just like laying back in front of the TV. And then when I saw her face, I was like, oh, snap. And then I had to get my phone out and record it, man, because I was like, let me see, man. I gotta watch that reaction again, because that was kind of weird. Like, the way her body feels. Some people, when they get knocked down, they almost feel like a little paralysis where they're going down, or their mind is still in the fight, and as they're going down, their expression is almost blank. They almost have like a blank expression. But Pena actually showed an expression like, I just got knocked down. Oh man, hold on. This thing is acting up. Hold on. While I'm pulling that little clip up here on my laptop, let me see. Zach says she ate it in the worst way. Raquel's first knockdown. Nunez's ghost. That's what she saw. Rocky has an underrated power. Yeah, now that I go back and look, Colostrum, I know when you asked that question, I remember you asked me that question, who's stronger? I would say Pena's stronger, but Rocky has more power. Because I think Pena has a strong jab and she has strong punches, but nothing to really knock you out. Like, I think Pena has damage in heavy hands, but knockout power, I think, comes from Rocky's setup and quick hands. But but the strength was definitely evident here. Like, I don't know why I didn't really think of that too, because if you look at the shape of Pena's body too, like she has this. When I say weird shape, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm not trying to say it's ugly, because I think Pena has a very nice figure, but I think that the way her shoulders are built and the way her arms are so long, and even like the way her waist is built, it makes for like this really strong physique that's perfect for MMA. That's why I hate seeing Pena take so many punches sometimes, because I think that's going to be her downfall, man. Might take away from her. But yeah, Pena is probably yeah. I'd say probably she's definitely stronger than Rocky now, like, because of the way she was able to just take her down and lock onto her though. The body is definitely like unusually shaped. I was surprised Pena took her down that easy. Man, when Pena took her down that one time, she just tripped her, and the way Rocky fell in slow motion, I was like, Rocky, you having a Marina Rodriguez moment here. I was like, what you doing? You accepting this? Like, it was almost like Rocky never seen it before. Like, it was like when it was in the center, and Rocky just caught that trip, and Rocky just fell with it too. I was like, oh, dang, Rocky, you gonna fall with it like that? Are you gonna do something with it, or you just gonna accept it? And then yeah, like, the strength was just there. The strength was just there because once Pena went into side control and started just wrestling her, she had to kind of slow the pace down. So that's when I was like, oh yeah. She's stronger. She's stronger. Easy, crazy, man. I ain't see that. I don't see that. Chikagan got a knockdown. Who did Chikagan knock down? I can't remember who she knocked down. She knocked the flyweight down. Okay, here we go. This thing is playing around with me. Eileen Perez. To be said, don't forget about Eileen Perez. I'm just gonna throw this out there. What about Eileen Perez? All right. What about Eileen Perez? He said, don't forget her. Zach Mojo said, Carmouche with a headlock, head kick. Oh, you mean as far as like being a threat? Yeah, I agree, Josh. That's what I was gonna say. Something like that. I think she's working. I think she's working her way up, but I wouldn't really like put her up there like, oh, like I no, she's not Norma Dumont. Like, Norma's got the Norma's got she gets the credit. Now Norma's probably that one I would say, yeah, look out for. Even like Cavalcanti's style, I would say, is something to look out for. I don't want to jump too far ahead with her either, but Eileen Perez, yeah, she's working. She's working. Not championship wise ready, but she's working. Norma, though, I think Norma, her mind and her tools right now could be a problem. Here we go. I'm not gonna play this thing. Yeah, Norma's a beast. Yes, Norma's a dark horse. My girl's coming for that strap. Did y'all see Norma Dumont staring Kayla down after her win? No, I didn't. I gotta go back and look at that. Where was she at? In the audience? She was there. Close from say, I think Pena would get sucked into a grappling and exchange match with Kayla and then realize her heart isn't enough once Kayla get on top. All right. Hold on. Let me pause on this thing. Hold on. All right. Okay. Oh yeah, I know how to do it. Okay. I want to keep playing. Just a second. I'm trying to get it to that's the thing about that's the one thing I don't like about StreamYard. Just update it. There we go. It keeps doing that. Okay, there we go. I think y'all can see that. I'm not playing it straight through because you play it straight through, it's like they got a problem with that. But yeah. Okay. So let me see. Right there. Okay, you see this? Look. Right hand. Okay, look. Right hand lands. Right there. You see that? Okay, right hand lands. And look, you see that? It was like her body shut down on her, and she was surprised at that. That's what I'm saying. Like when she got hit, and the way her eyes opened, it was like she was still ready to go. You know, her mind and everything was ready to go, but her chin didn't hold up, so her whole body gave out. So that was kind of weird. You know, sometimes people get knocked down, you know, they are all, like I said, expressionless or almost shut down all the way. But it was like part of her mental was like so used to taking them shots that when she took this one, she was like, "What are you doing, body?" See, look, her body just, she took that power. Like it was almost like she used to taking it. So she was just like, "Okay, I'm fine." But as she fell back, she was like, "Oh, snap, I'm falling back," you know? So in that moment, it was like she realized that, oh, I can't take shots like this. Well, I don't know if she realized that, but yeah, when she took that shot, look, boom, that was it. So yeah, that was just something I noticed. I was like, yeah, you. I was kind of surprised Rocky got a knockdown too. I didn't really think Rocky was going to get a clean shot like that off, or if she did, I didn't know it was going to have that effect. But I think that yeah, there's a lot of wear and tear there, man. Is that what you said earlier, Blood Throne? Did you say that too? Did you say that she can't keep taking punishment like that? She gonna get slept for real? Yeah, she will. And I can't help but feel like Amanda was probably smiling whenever she saw that happen. You know, I know Amanda. Like, say if Amanda comes back, Amanda would be like, "Yo, you got knocked down again." You know, she would definitely bring that up. So, um, yeah. It would, yeah, the elevation. She said that, hey, she said she was ready. She said she was accustomed to it and she was good to go, but that was probably a mistake on her part. Okay. Yeah, she said that she was good to go on that. But yeah, the way her body gave out, that was crazy. I will give Pena credit though, man. I do like how she was throwing her hook and turning her right hand over. She was really placing them two knuckles. You know, she was turning those knuckles over like you see in these pictures here. She was putting that work in, and there was a lot of good 1-2s landing. She landed some solid shots in the first all the rounds. My bad, all the rounds. She was landing solid punches, but Rocky caught up to her in the fourth and fifth, but it was Rocky's fault not to finish it. You know, she denied herself a knockdown, a knockout by trying to clinch with her, go in for that guillotine submission instead of the knockout. Got a little happy there. So, however the scorecards come out in this one, yeah, we say robbery, we say Rocky, we say Pena. We know whose fault it is when it comes down to splits like this. So, I still think Rocky won, but hey, it ain't one we gonna watch over and over, keep going debating about. If you say the first goes to Pena, fine. That's just how it is. Maybe one day it could be tomorrow. Like I look at Pena's shots and say, oh yeah, Pena might have did that. Pena locked in the first three. It ain't too far off. Easy said her body gave out that way because her brain shut off for a split second. It happened to me in sparring. It's like you still there, but you're not. Yeah, and her body was telling her, we can't do this, right? We can't keep doing this. In that moment, that was the sign right there. Her body said, oh no, let's not do this anymore. So hopefully moving forward, Pena fights a little bit smarter. But with this competition coming up, I don't know whether it's Nunes, whether it's Kayla. It was good to see her fight at a patient pace like this. But do y'all think she'll be able to fight at a patient pace against Nunes or Kayla and be successful? Pena opened her eyes on the way down and knew what was up. Yeah, she felt that body going. That's why she was like, oh, shoot, I'm going down. Marcus said if Pena fights Amanda again, Amanda is going to take some more MMA years off of her. Yeah, she will, man. Josh said Randy Couture and Brock Lesnar, when Brock knocked down Randy, he went straight for the ground and pound. That is what Rocky should have done. Right. Either let her stand up or you frame them up with that arm. You stay out of their guard, but you keep circling, right? And you just start hammer fisting. You just start dropping those hammer fists on them. Like, who else has done that? No, that one girl, Juarez, she should have did that to Demopoulos, but she got submitted. She dropped Vanessa Demopoulos, but instead of letting her stand up or hitting her with the ground and pound, she dove in and got submitted. Colossus said Rocky just don't like hurting people. I think her heart's too good. That's why she got no killer instinct. Yeah, and you see what it does, right? You see it cost you. Like, same thing with Ketlin Vieira. It costs her, man. But on that note, yeah, like, what do y'all think? Do y'all think a patient fight is what she can fight against Nunes or Kayla? And I'm going to say this for another video because I'm going to probably get off here in like another 15 minutes. But we got to talk about why I posted this picture too, man. Julianna Pena not acknowledging Kayla Harrison too. Like, what do y'all think about that, man? Like, come on. Again, I'm not saying that the champ needed to call Kayla out, but Joe Rogan directly asked her. Joe Rogan directly asked her about Kayla Harrison, and she avoided that like the plague, man. Like, that wasn't a good look. Like, for somebody that talks a lot, I thought, you would have said something like anybody can get it. I thought Pena was gonna pull an Adrian Broner easy. I thought she was gonna say, look, Pena, Nunes, Valentina, Grasso, Macy, Norma, anybody can get it. I thought she would have said something like that, but she just avoided it, And yeah, it wouldn't have been like a clean call out to the contender. It would have just been her acknowledging what he said, like, oh, yeah, Kayla won, but I beat her too, Just say that. At least just say that just to kind of save face at this point, because this is like a mini tournament. Let's not lie, right? This is a mini tournament here, so you got to kind of keep the eyes on you. Keep the eyes on you and build this thing up. Especially when Kayla was kind of firing off her at the press conference. Kayla was like, who you fought? When Kayla said who you fought and said, she called her resume out, Pena didn't even react to that. Like, Pena, I thought Pena would at least say, hey, I beat the girl that you chasing. At least she could have said that, or said, I got more experience than you, know your place. But she kind of let Kayla get and that's what I'm saying. Like, Julianna Pena known as a trash talker, but I don't know, man. Like, something about Kayla kind of setting people in their way now, so that's what I'm seeing. I'm not hearing the same trash talk across the board, because If I am, I'm gonna say it, but I'm not hearing the same thing, man. I'm just not hearing the same thing. Um, I think Norma, Dumont, I think her energy will stay the same because she's kind of low key. Like, what do y'all think, man? Like, Norma kind of keeps the same energy. Sergio said, I think Amanda will only come back for Kayla at this point. Uh, I hope she don't. I really hope she don't. Exactly, Marcus. Yeah, like I would have told Kayla the same thing. Like, who did you beat after you beat old Holly Holm, right? Like, at least keep that up. Keep it going. Bloodthorn said, if Pena keeps winning, I can see Amanda coming back. Nunez says she didn't want to leave the belt with Pena. Two Beats, everybody needs to chill with this duck crap. She did that on purpose. And there was, I ain't gonna lie, Two Beats, there was no purpose to it, man. Like, why she did that? Is she just trying to ruffle Kayla's feathers? But you got a tournament, and you got a mini tournament they got in effect right now. I want to hear something. I want to hear something. Like, you got to acknowledge this girl because you're gonna fight her. They're gonna make this fight. This is what the people want to hear. If that's the case, Rocky should have kept the belt. Right? Rocky should have kept the belt because everybody kept saying, "Oh, I want to see Rocky lose the belt because I know Pena won't fight Kayla next, and that's gonna be more interesting." Well, she didn't give y'all what y'all wanted. She didn't give y'all what y'all wanted. Everybody wanted to hear Julianna Pena call Kayla out, and they said she's the better champion. At least Rocky said she was going to fight her. Remember, Rocky did say that. Rocky did say, "Hey, I'll fight you." She said, "All right, I plan, to fight Pena first. Defend against her, and then, I'm gonna fight Kayla next." And she was prepared. She was preparing to fight for either one. I know people were trying to knock her for that, but at least she prepared for both of them. Rocky said, "I'll fight. I'm gonna prepare for Kayla just in case," because she was like, "I don't know if Pena is gonna show up." So even with that, she was like, I got this on the side. So knock her all you want, but I think that had Rocky won, at least she would have answered that. She would have answered that. I think if Joe Rogan were asked her, she'd be like, okay, yeah, we're gonna fight next because she already said they would. So that's how I see it. That's just how I see it. Just keep it going. Don't take a side road now. Just keep it going. Stay on the straight path where we was going. Like, Pena, this is what you wanted, so we know what it is. Because now again, it's not going. It's just not a good look now. Maybe this. Yeah, I guess she's still trying to play this heel thing, but she's a heel regardless. But hey, what do I know, right? Easy said, I think it's both. This is a troll, but she also wants Nunez. Two birds with one stone. Yeah, she just want that Nunez fight. She want that fight a little too bad. She's obsessed with that fight. And the thing is, if she obsesses over this Nunez fight too much, I don't even know how she gonna prepare for a Kayla fight. Like, if Kayla's announced, I'm sure Pena's gonna start training for it. But what do we? Is she gonna take it? She gonna have to. She gonna have to. Az said, in my opinion, if Nunez comes back and to fight Kayla, it just adds to her resume. Yeah, it would add to it, but it's like she wouldn't need it, in my opinion. Like, if Nunez stays retired, that's perfect. But if she came back and topped it off with Kayla, that would just be another cherry on there. You know what I mean? Like, she's already got the cake and the icing, plenty of toppings already. But once you add the Kayla one up there, that'll be just another cherry up there. Might be a big one, but yeah, it'll be one on there. Was Pena this disliked prior to the Nunez drama? She kind of was. She was disliked in the Tough House. She was disliked. I think her dislike grew exponentially whenever she called out Nunes for a title shot when she was number 7. And I backed her up on that. I backed her up on that because Nunes had already beat everybody and nobody else that was there. So I was like, okay, yeah, Julianna Pena, she's doing right. And I still back Pena up with a lot of the things that she's done as far as getting on the mic. But I just wanted to hear the same thing said here, like something about acknowledging this fight with Kayla since it's there. Because people booed the Nunes thing. Like, people didn't want to see that. You probably would have gained many, many fans had you acknowledged Kayla's presence there. Easy says she's going to start getting personal now to draw Nunes out. I've seen the script before. Yeah. I've seen this too before. Like, she's going to pull a Rocky thing to try to get Amanda out. Because she keeps saying Amanda doesn't want to. She already kind of getting personal now because she keeps saying Amanda doesn't know what to do with her life. And, Amanda's this. Like, Amanda's not done yet. She keeps saying Dana White saying, yeah, she retired too early. But how do y'all know? Like, how do y'all know? Maybe her body is saying something different. Amanda's body is telling her something different. Like, it's not the same as it was a few years ago. Zach said, if Amanda does come back, I'm down to watch Kayla versus Rocky. Oh, I got what you mean. Yeah, if Amanda does fight for the belt, you want to see Kayla and Rocky fight. Yeah, Kayla did say she would fight on. I did see that interview today. Kayla did say she would fight on. She said, like, if Amanda comes back to fight Julianna, she was like, I'll just fight. She was like, I'll fight whoever. So, that was good news. She's not going to wait a year. Kayla did say, I'm not waiting a year for a title shot. She said if Pena Nunes happens, she's going to still fight. So that's good news for her. Good news on her, good on her. Closum said, how can Pena say Amanda ducked her when Nunes is the one, when Pena is the one that didn't show up for the trilogy? That's a good point too, right? That was the trilogy. Was it supposed to happen instead of the Irene Aldana fight? Am I right? Back in what was that, June of 2023? Is that right? Then she hurt her rib or something. Oh, yeah. That was the period when she broke a rib. So yeah. Yeah, Rena Aldana stepped in. That's right. Yep. Sergio said, why would she call someone out if she knows she can't beat them? It should be Harrison versus Dumont. It's not even the fact of calling them out, though. Like, she didn't need to call them out. Joe asked her a question, so answer it. If you got the belt, answer that question. Whether you can beat them or not, the commentator just asked you a question, and if you got the belt around your waist, you are seen as the cream of the crop right now. So people don't want to hear you go silent or completely sidestep a name. Yeah, definitely. With the rib being an issue, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I'm not gonna blame her on that. Yeah, because that was during that little summer period. Because I remember I was. Did I call that? I think I was calling that fight out of town, and I remember Pena was Pena was there. Yeah, Pena was there, but I remember somebody saying that she did have the rib injury. As he said, Kayla won the belt first. She won the belt first, and she will welcome Nunes after that. Bloodthrone said Dumont should rematch Chase on. Winner fights the winner of Kayla and Pena. Yeah, and this time it has to be at 135. They both have to make weight this time. Because I know that last one was a featherweight fight, so they both got to legit get down to 135. I actually think Norma looked pretty good in her last fight. You know, she did. Even that GDR fight, like she didn't look too bad. All right. All right. What else? What else? But yeah, I just kind of wanted to run through this stuff tonight with y'all. I got a couple other videos to do throughout the week too, because you know, every time something big going down, we're gonna be over here talking. You know, we got a lot of hot stuff. You know, the Valentina thing is still a hot topic, right? Because Valentina's got Manon Fior to look forward to. So yeah. Blood Throne said, do you think the first Nunes fight was a fluke? Oh, let me see. Do I think it was a fluke? No, no, I don't think it was a fluke. I think Amanda, skill wise, was still better than Pena that night. But you know what? Her mental wasn't there fully. And when you ain't there mentally, that's not an excuse for me. That means it's just like you stop jabbing, and that's just like you stop your defense. So I think she legit lost. She didn't legit lose, like as far as being completely outgunned. But if you go back and look at like some of the things Amanda was doing, like she shouldn't have been getting hit with this, she shouldn't have been getting hit with that, you know. But my thing is Amanda, it was kind of like that Lennox Lewis Klitschko fight. Like you ever go back and look at Lennox Lewis and Klitschko? Lennox Lewis, he was making movies and stuff. He was in that Ocean's 11 movie or some crap like that. And when he came back to fight Klitschko, I think he's a better fighter than Klitschko, but Klitschko was beating his tail. You know why? Because he wasn't mentally in it. But somehow he pulled it out. He still had enough tools. Like Amanda still had enough tools in there to me. Unlike Lennox, she didn't pull it out though. Lennox, he still did enough damage. He still had enough going, like to kind of regroup. But Amanda, this being MMA, there's more ways to lose. So Amanda just was kind of mentally set to the side. So fighting is all of that to me. It's mental, spiritual, emotional, physical. It's all of that to me. And if you leave something at home, that's your own fault. You know, that's your own fault. So I give Pena full credit for that win. I give her full credit for that win. Like I don't think it was a fluke. Well, how do you feel, Blood Throne? I don't think it was a fluke. I give her full credit. Because she studied her. She came back and she did what she had to do. She did what she had to do, and she found the mistake made. So I can't really say that was I can't say it was a fluke. AZ said Manon is scary. Close from said Val versus Manon is going to answer a lot of questions. Oh yeah, it is. It is. It's going to answer some questions. Where is Valentina right now? And how is Manon championship worthy yet? You know, so that's gonna be some good stuff. Paul says Sky Nicholas and Raven Chapman, October 12th. I'll tune in. Sky Nicholson trying to call out Amanda Serrano, man. Come on now. Sky, you better work your way up to that. Bloodthrone said, I don't think so either. Yeah, I definitely don't. To be said, I need a link to enlighten some people in the chat. Got people that actually think Pena's ducking a fight with another human being. Oh man, hold on. Now, I gotta go do something to be. So if you really want to enlighten, be ready to enlighten because I'm gonna step away for like a good 10 minutes. So I'm sure you can hold the mic down though, right? Just give me a yes if you can hold the mic down for 10 minutes because I gotta step away. I'm gonna let you talk and enlighten the people in the chat. And the floor will be yours. So can you keep them entertained for 10 to 15 minutes while I go take care of some business? If you say yes, then I'll drop the link. Colostrum said Aaron said Manon is strong as if. So I wonder if Val can take her down. Yeah, she's strong. She's strong. Manon is strong. I'm gonna break this thing down too in a video closer because I gotta give Manon some credit here, man. Like a lot of people don't give her enough. I know she makes mistakes, but so does Valentina now. You know what I mean? Like I can't just go in and say Valentina gonna wash anybody now. Like I couldn't say that in the Tyler fight, and I was right. I said it in the Alexa Grasso fight, and I was wrong as crap. But yeah, Valentina came back in the third fight and won. But still, man, like how did Valentina won every round, but how did she have to do it to get it done? And I know that Manon and them, they're watching this. They're watching. They're looking at what they got to do here. They ain't gonna come in and make this some type of lay down fight. They ain't gonna lay down here. I think Manon really needs to sit on her shots in this fight coming up with Valentina. I ain't giving too much away, but I got to say that. Like, she's got to sit down on some shots of Valentina and stand her ground. Defense got to be tight. Mr. Only said Pena and Val haters are all here. They're everywhere. There's always haters of some kind, Mr. Only. There's haters of all kinds when it comes to well, you take your pick. Brian said Pena is a clown for calling out Amanda after all the trash talking in the press conference. That's all I'm saying, man. Like, it doesn't even have to do with Pena being called a duck. It just has something to do with you not acknowledging that fight when that person just won right now. You know, that thumbnail for the Pennington Pena fight seems to be telling a story. Oh, my bad, 2Bs. Here you go. AZ said, well, I've seen Val's last fight, which is mostly on the ground. And in my opinion, AZ said she will still use the same on Manon, but Manon's big and Manon got the power hands. I think Manon has the power. She just don't put it on there too much. G Frank said, can you do a poll on what the fight chat would rather see right now? I would, but I can't with StreamYard. I can't with StreamYard, G Frank. Sorry. If I was on OBS, I could do a poll. StreamYard is still behind on creating polls. I'll do one in the community post later. Now that you brought it up, I will do that for y'all. That's the best I can do. Maybe if I was on OBS, yeah. Okay, Robert Henry said, yeah, that thumbnail was that thumbnail for the Pennington opinion fights to be telling. Bloodthrone said, I feel like Zhang Wei Li fans are some of the toxic fan base. Man, Bloodthrone, you hit that right on the head because I used to go to other channels. I'm gonna tell y'all. Well, you probably know Bloodthrone. I used to go to other channels, right? And my name would be coming up in the chat. People were talking trash about me. I was like, yo, they'd be like, have y'all heard this guy named Combo? He was like, he think he know everything, but he be dissing Zhang Wei Li. They just I would never say nothing either. I didn't say nothing. I just watched them and I would just laugh. And then I remember I went to like MMA Junkie and one of their chats, and somebody was like, you know, this guy named Combo, he's an idiot because he don't like Rose. Like he think Rose gonna get beat. And I was like, wow. I was like, is it like that now? They used to talk about me all the time. They would talk about me. Shout out to Addict. They would talk about Addict sometime, Coach. But they was going in on me when I did my Zhang Wei Li and Carla videos and Rose videos. They was calling me all kinds of names. They was like, he don't know nothing. It was like he think he know. I mean, I might be exaggerating. They did call me names though. Like they wouldn't spend a whole segment on me, but they would throw my name out there and just say I don't like his channel. So whatever. That was funny though. I'm just validating your point. Yeah, the Wei Li fans, they can be crazy. They can be crazy. It goes Wei Li, Rose, and Valentina fans. I think they kind of tied. And then it goes Grasso and Pena fan. No, Pena fans ain't too bad. Maybe it'll go Nunes. Maybe Nunes. Then it was Nunes probably. Kayla fans, I got some Kayla fans bother me a couple times. Yeah. And then Kayla fans. I'll rate them one day. But other than that, yo, Two Beasts, what's up, man? I got Two Beasts in the bill. How you doing, man?
Yo, it's good. Can you hear me?
I hear you perfect, man.
Awesome, man.
Now,
I, I,
I got
but
to do something real quick, but I'm gonna let you have the floor because I know you always got some good things to say. But go ahead and let these people know. I'm gonna be listening.
all right, man. So first off, thanks to Combo for letting me speak in the live and everything. And I know like MMA is an environment where there's lots of different opinions, this, that, and the other, man. But I feel like a lot of times the opinions they're not necessarily supported by facts. They're supported by like these ideologies that, I just can't really sit back and be like, that's okay and that's like, you know, true, really. Like I I just can't understand how anyone could assume that Julianna Pena, the same Julianna Pena that everybody called crazy, everybody said don't belong, don't deserve anything, this, that, and the other. One fight win streak, you don't deserve a title shot, you're gonna get killed, I mean, the endless amounts of comments saying that Pena couldn't do what she did. And in a division where, I mean, it was crickets. You couldn't hear Amanda's name mentioned in vain as if she was the Lord Jesus Christ himself. I mean, like, nobody was calling for that fight. When excuse me, Julianna called for that fight when it was extremely unpopular to call for that fight. No one was calling for that fight. She was calling for it for years, saying, I'm the best I can beat her. I'm gonna make her get in the fetal position and quit, just like she quit against Kat Zingano. These are the exact words she was saying. So this same person that fought the Boogie Woman, the one that's thrashing everybody in the division, all of a sudden now has cold feet. Oh, I don't want to fight Kayla. Like, how does that sound in your mind? Like, when you really picture that in your mind, I want everybody to critically think in the chat about who you think is a more dangerous fight when most people are under the consensus that Kayla Harrison and Pena get demolished by a Nunes that's motivated, in shape, all the bells and whistles. How can you possibly think that's that same thought and then at the same time be like, oh, well, yeah, at the same time, Pena's ducking Kayla? Like, I understand that most people don't watch wrestling. They don't watch pro wrestling. They're not, into that. But that's where I come from. That's my background of fandom, so to speak. And when you think of guys like Kevin Owens, masters of the mics, of the microphone, you think of like some of the best trash talkers, some of the best mic workers in the world. They know how to get under people's skin better than anybody else. They get even the experts that talk about fights, talk about WWE matches and this, that, and the other. They know how to get under people's skin. They've mastered that art. And so when you have someone that comes out and does the exact opposite of what people want them to do and think they should do in that moment, guess what it's going to get them to do? It's going to get them to express an outrage. Be like, yo, what is she doing? She's ducking this, that, and other. Make all these claims, this, that, and other. But all the while, people are talking about Pena and Kayla. As opposed to when Pena and Rocky's fighting, they're not really necessarily talking about Rocky per se. Everybody's like, oh, Pena's saying this. Like, as much as you can't stand it, guess what you want to see happen? You want to see Pena get her ass whooped. You feel what I'm saying? So I wouldn't be so quick as to be like, yo, Pena's ducking Kayla, because it just doesn't logically make sense. If anything, Kayla is the better fight to take because one, there's probably less chance of a concussion You know, those who think like, you know, Mena's gonna crush her again, you know, with all the strikes that's gonna accumulate and the knockdowns potentially. I feel like there's a better chance with Kayla than there is with Nunes. If we're being real, like I just don't want people to buy this narrative because everybody is so quick to like, as soon as a person either doesn't call out or mention another name, all of a sudden the default consensus has to be that person is either scared of that person, they don't want that fight, or they're ducking this, that, and other. Like, at the end of the day, you got to understand what marketing is, and you got to understand what promoting is. And you also got to understand what heel work is and how it works psychologically. At the end of the day, Pena by no means is out here trying to get people to like her. She's trying to get eyes on fights, and she's trying to ruffle feathers. She's the ultimate feather ruffler, so to speak. So if you believe in your heart that Pena is ducking Kayla, I challenge you. I really challenge you to really think about that and think about who Pena has fought. And you think about when she fought her, when everybody was scared to fight her. And now all of a sudden, oh, she's going to duck Kayla. She's going to duck. How is she going to duck her? That's going to be the fight that's next. You think Pena's a fool? You think Pena isn't aware of that? Of course she is. What, everybody saw the split screen, right? You saw Kayla's reaction, right? She's sitting there smiling. She's like, oh, everything that she does is to get under people's skin, and people don't understand that. As soon as I heard the question, what do you think about Kayla? And this, that, and the other, the first reaction that I had is I started laughing. As soon as Pena started running her mouth, and Kayla never even came out of her mouth. Because to me, I'm hard to trick. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I've seen too much heel work, and I've just grown fond to it in my wrestling days. But at the end of the day, I just get it. It's like she wants people to be pissed, and you got to see through that. It's not easy to see through it. Sometimes it'll be seen as ducking. Sometimes it'll be seen as it don't make sense. It'll seem like a clown move, like B Will said. But I'm sorry, B Will. I can't agree with you right here, man. Because at the end of the day, everybody in here, I think deep down in their heart knows Pena has a bigger dog than 95% of all women in MMA, bar none. I don't think anyone can argue that. You got the Jessica Andrades of the world. You got the Amanda Hebosses of the world. You got the Penas of the world. These chicks fight anybody, anytime, whoever. That's just how they fight. That's their MO. You feel what I'm saying? So if you think Pena's ducking, all power to you. I just challenge you to understand how heel work works and understand that psychology.
Okay, I ain't gonna lie, man. Like, because I'm not in my feelings here, and I I know Julianna Pena's resume, which I'm gonna pull up right now. But Two Beasts is using. I mean, he went back with experience, and when you talk sports and you actually witnessed it, I can't. You hit it on. You hit some things on. You made some good points. You hit some parts on the head too with it, man. Because like, I'll say this, like, I don't want to get this mixed. I don't want people to get this mixed. Okay, how you feel Kayla can how you feel Kayla's going to go in there and hurt Pena? You know, can she beat her? Okay, that's one thing. But the question about her ducking, that's a different situation. So looking at her resume now, it really is hard to say like Pena's ducking like because she's scared. Like, I don't want to say that Pena's scared of Kayla, you know, but I think she's missing an opportunity again, kind of like Valentina did with Manon, to get people to watch. Now,
Yeah.
on one side, she pulling that Floyd move. Like when you ask Floyd about a fighter, sometimes he'll be like, "Oh yeah, I just did this. Buy this right now. Come out and get this." You know, he start promoting other things, right? Like I can see that. I can see that because he's done that in the past too, and it pissed me off. All right. But this might be a particular situation where it's like she ain't scared of Kayla, but she chasing something else. And I see obsession all over Pena, like with this Amanda Nunes thing, right? So I can see where you're coming from. I can see where you're coming from on that. And to me, there's really no like wrong answer here because I think I don't want people to get their own. Pena has done a lot already in this MMA world and the UFC world where I've already said, okay, this girl, her recklessness and her stupidity sometimes kind of forces her not to be dumb. You know what I mean? Like she said it herself, like I can get stupid in there. And I don't see her scared of Kayla like that. I think it's just a missed opportunity. But good points on that, man. I got to step away again. But Easy, what's up, man? He in the building. He got something to say, man.
What's up? What's up, chat? Can y'all hear me?
Mm-hmm.
I hear you, but can y'all hear him in the chat?
Okay, yeah. Um, I'm gonna agree with Two Beasts as well. Pena's not exactly ducking. The way I see it though, she's not ducking Kayla, but at the same time, I think she's making a business move as well because Nunes is still something she wants. She's been wanting it, and so she's just trying to use an opportunity to get what she wants first. And if she can't get what she wants, she's gonna fight Kayla. But she's in the bargaining stage now, trying to get something that she actually wants. It doesn't mean it's a duck. It's just she's playing the business card right now, as
Mm-hmm.
well as trolling Kayla, which is something that's two birds with one stone. There, see what you can get first. If you can't get that, you know what I'm saying. You got this other big fight waiting. They're both big fights. But she definitely does want to write the Amanda thing because she actually believes she can beat Amanda. That's the mindset of Julianna Pena. She ain't never ducked no smoke, in my opinion. Now, you may have people that say other things, but I don't think Julianna Pena's ever ducked anyone, so she's not going to start ducking now.
Yeah, man, that's my sentiment. And then at the end of the day, if you watch her easy for me to say. If you watch the post fight press conference where she was asked about Kayla, she didn't pull the exact same thing. She said, like, essentially, I'll fight her. I want the man to fight, but if I can't get that fight, I'll take the fight.
Right.
It's not like she went out of her way to say, I'm not fighting Kayla. And then at that point, here's the thing, man. Like, I know I say it a lot, and I know most people don't have the means to pull it off, but I always challenge people, like, listen, if you think someone ducked, show me the proof.
Yeah.
Like, show
Yeah.
me the text message that Dana White sent to freaking Pena and was like, hey, you want to fight on this date,
Right.
this person, and then Pena replies no and whatnot. Show
Right.
me that somewhere. You know what I'm saying? I know it's a bit silly and a bit
Yeah.
ridiculous, but
It might be
that's the
some
reality.
legality behind that, too. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it's just that's my reality. Like, unless someone got on the mic and, for instance, they was like, "Hey, you're fighting Kayla next," for example. How you feel about that? And then Pena gets on the mic and like, honestly, I don't want to fight Kayla. I think that's a
right.
difficult matchup and blah blah blah. I'd rather fight this person because I know I can beat her.
Right.
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 I mean, that's a duck. That to
That's a
Yeah.
me, in
duck.
my mind, that's ducking. But if I'm like, if
Oh,
I turn
man.
around and I call out the most dangerous fighter that women's MMA has ever seen, try to get her out of retirement,
Yeah.
how is that the mentality of a
Mm-hmm.
ducking? I mean, look, if let's say we live in crazy land and Pena is someone who ducks fighters low key, right? Sure, it's a smart way to go about it. Let me just
Mhm.
call out this person. I'll play devil's advocate. Let me call out this person instead of acknowledging Kayla, and it'll look like I'm tough.
Right.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we all know that, and she knows that Kayla is the next fight. So it makes no sense for her to legitimately go out of her way to duck it because we know that's the next fight.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Unless she's willing to relinquish or have Kayla fight someone else for an interim,
Yeah.
she knows that's the next fight. So all this stuff about ducking, and then someone brought up the second Nunes fight. Like, oh, she ducked and let Aldana. So I challenge anyone to injure their rib and then get in the cage with Amanda Nunes. I challenge someone to do that shit. Excuse my language. I'm sorry.
And Amanda herself can screw Pena up by doing this. She could just, and she has the leverage now. She can just call up Dana White and say, you know what, I want to come back, but I want to fight Kayla first. She might not even want to fight Pena. I mean, I don't think she has to fight Pena again, to be honest, based on the second fight. You know what I'm saying? I know they were supposed to fight for a third time, but hey, Julianna Pena, that's the luck of the draw. You got hurt and she retired. So I don't really think she owes Pena a third fight to begin with. I really think she wants the Kayla fight. She doesn't respond to anything Pena says about her. She's only responded to Kayla a couple of times that I noticed. So I don't think I think Julianna wants it, but she's most likely not gonna get it because Amanda really doesn't want to fight her again. She doesn't feel like she has to.
I would like to know who Joshua's favorite fighter is. I would love to know who that person is, and I would love to know who all was offered to that fighter. And I want to know if that person was ever injured. And I'm gonna be like, listen, no injuries are allowed. I don't care if you got a broken leg. I don't care if you. So what? She got to post something on IG saying, listen, I just tore my ACL. You know what I'm saying? I think, what is it called? HIPAA?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure she went to the doctor and got that determination.
I'm just like,
yeah. So
I mean, can you prove that she was not?
Right.
I put a link. I put a link right there for you, Josh. Since you were asking, there's an article where it says, Irina Aldana replaced her, and if you keep looking, just do a search. Julianna Pena, she addresses the hip.
Yeah,
I mean, not
really
the hip, but the rib. Yeah.
I really don't think they're gonna be faking injuries, man, because the UFC is going to make sure you're really injured. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You on the contract too, so you can't be faking no injuries. Dana catch you out there faking. If Dana catch you out there faking, he gonna cut you.
Yeah. Where's the doctor? Give me a doctor's letter saying that you're injured. I want to see the exam results. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So it's not that easy to pull off.
But my thing too, like looking at it, I was just like, that's why I said my video is not a good look, because I know how people are going to take it. Like, I don't think all day long, Pena's going to be scared of somebody. Like, Kayla might beat her. We might all feel like she has the skills to beat her. And okay, that's one thing. But as far as how Pena addressed it, for us on the outside looking in, how we want to see some tension build up, we're going to say, we want them to say this. But when they go this way, just like with Valentina, I said it's not a good look. It's just not a good look.
And if Pena wanted to make that perfect, she would have said, I'm gonna take care of Kayla first, and then Amanda, you can come back and get it.
Right. Something like Arrow used to do. Arrow Arrow was like, I'm gonna take care of so and so, then I'm gonna get you Crawford. Something like that.
Yeah.
Even though he didn't, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it makes sense. Hey, Combo, the one thing I want to get clear with you, like, cause I want to like grow as a person who like understands fights better. Cause like for me, when I look at a fight, a fist fight, I think of the best thing that the fighter can do is one of like 2-3 things. They can either finish the fight, or they can ultimately do more damage to the other fighter than they receive. At the end of the day, like, to me, at its basic core, that's the best thing that you could ask of a fighter to do in a fighting competition. So for me in the first round, right? Like I said, I extensively, in 5 minutes, I took like 20 minutes about to like watch each and every exchange, and I counted officially 25-17, right, in Pena's favor. And now my main thing is, right, significant strike. Like if you want to distinguish any of the strikes, I saw 3, I think it was 2 strikes specifically that caused any kind of reaction that was distinguishable other than a standard strike, which was when Raquel hit a left hand and then the uppercut.
Yeah.
Those are the only 2 that I saw that really had any other kind of distinguishability, if that's a word.
Yeah.
Everything else looked like a standard strike to me.
I actually counted the first left hook that she landed early in the round, that one that kind of got a reaction out of Pena. And then I counted the uppercut left hook combination. See, it was a combination. Everybody remembered the uppercut because it looked to be the more dazzling shot, but she caught her kind of on the top of the forehead with that left hook. So she landed, to me, 2 good left hooks around an uppercut. And then I know there was like a few leg kicks and sequences in there where I thought it just kind of stood out to me.
Yeah.
But
she landed, I think, about 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
That was it. But yeah, like the reason I bring it up, because there's no like set math on how many shots have to get like this very distinguishable reaction in order to trump volume, right? Because if you're talking pure volume, I looked at the significant strike stat when that graphic popped up. It was about 45 seconds left in the round, and they had it 19-15 Pena. And then my personal count, I think it was 21-14 at that point.
Yeah.
When they displayed that graphic. And then so like that's why I'm like lost at, and I want to kind of, because like for instance, like you think of basketball, right?
Yeah.
The way I look at it when you talking, oh, this person landed the cleaner, better shots, right? I relate it to basketball. Like if I land 20 shots in the hoop and you land 15, right? But my 20 hits the rim every time, but your 15 hits all net. You know what I'm saying? Either way, there's gonna be a point. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
I didn't mean to cut you off. Sorry, but that's where I would kind of I would separate the two, because basketball, you know, you put in the goal, that's it.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to punt, that's why you got judges here, you know, because in basketball, goes in the goal, boom, you got it, score. That's your point. But in fighting, that's what makes fighting so much fun, but at the same time hard, because it's all in like what the judges are looking at, like how clean the shot land, what you looking at. Because like for Pena could land like 4 solid left, 4 good right hands off of the jab. But some judges, they ain't scoring the jab, right? They ain't gonna score it as a significant strike, right? But she landed 4 good right hands. But if Rocky lands 2 right uppercuts that knock her head back, let's say they knock her back real good, that judge say she won that round because her punches got a reaction out of her opponent. You know, that's why I would separate the two. That's why I just say.
And so basically what Combo's saying is they were counting Pena's jab a lot, because a significant shot is anything other than the jab.
Yeah. And that's what's kind of confusing me, because it was like, are they counting these jabs as straight punches? Like that's why
I think so.
Right, because they were landing and I was loving them, but at the same time I was like, I can't give her full credit for these jabs, because they not supposed to be scoring them, right? Like they're supposed to be scoring the power shot. So it's always like a give and take with these judges.
And
even
though I think Pena did edge it out in that first round, like she was hitting Raquel a lot, but you could notice when Raquel hit her, she reacted. You know what I'm saying? I think Raquel was, for the most part, landing the harder shots. You know what I'm saying? Julianna was just landing a little bit more than her. And so I think that's where the judges came in and say, well, she's hitting her more than she is, so we're going to give her this round. So
hey, let me
it was close.
Oh, hang on real quick. Let me read this comment. What's up, Goldie? I never seen Goldie before, but Goldie said, Pena isn't scared of Kayla. She just used the mic to try to get Amanda back. When you get knocked down multiple times by the GOAT and keep trying to win, and come forward. I don't
Yeah.
think she's scared. Yeah, I think she definitely still got something against Amanda getting
Yeah.
knocked down 5 times. So if somebody do split your head open and knock you down 5 times, I that you would feel a certain type of way.
And listen, she probably may not already know that she can't beat Amanda. She just wants to look better.
Oh wow. Oh,
Damn, man.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
all right,
What's
what's
up?
going on, man? What's up, Brian?
Not much. I just want to say something about significant strikes. And just based on our history, it's only one person in the chat, in the panel right now that I think actually knows what I'm talking about for sure, and that's Two Beast. Listen, we look at significant strikes because they show them up on the ticker. But significant strikes significant strike counts has absolutely nothing to do with how the judges call the fight. Like, they don't make those. It's not a part of.
They don't have access to them.
It's not a part of the unified rules. Like, significant strike count, it's not a part of how UFC or ESPN or whoever is responsible for the UFC stats, how they distinguish significant strikes has nothing to do with the verbiage of the unified rules. So, like, we can look at significant strike counts and it's cool, but it doesn't mean anything relative to the judging. Not necessarily. You know what I'm saying? Do we agree on this, Two Beast?
Yeah, because the way they verb it is like they have like 5 categories. It's damage, effective striking, effective grappling, cage control, and like aggression are like some of the main ones. And that's it. It doesn't specify significant strikes. It's mainly just I think, like, when I think of effective strikes, who has the more effective striking? Because we don't really have any other criteria, because it's like no one got knocked down, no one was really bloody or swollen much after the first round, and no one was getting pressed back. Like, when Raquel would do that little double, triple jab flurry, most of those wasn't landing. She was just using it to set up the power hand. But they weren't actually landing. Like, she would push her back with it. Julianna would retreat from it temporarily, but then that'd be it. It wasn't like for example, Natalia Silva versus Andrade fight, where Andrade was constantly moving forward and Natalia was constantly moving laterally and backwards. You feel what I'm saying? So you can't use cage control as one of the scoring criteria. The only thing we have is strikes landed, right? And the reason I bring that up is because when I think of the logic behind whose striking is more effective, and it goes back to what I said with Combo in the first part of this, was, as a fighter, my goal should be either finish the fight or do more unto my opponent than they do to me. And when you break it down to that basic logic, when you're thinking about the more effective striking, I feel like as pretty and as crisp and as solid as Raquel's striking was, in a way you could argue that it wasn't more effective, because she ended up getting hit more than she hit her opponent. Because at the end of the day, no one dropped. So I don't know, because everybody had their poker face on. You feel what I'm saying? So for me, it's like I can't tell who's hurting more.
And
you know what I mean?
That's what trips me out about the UFC. I mean, let's be real. We're using unified rules for a completely different sport. MMA is not boxing. So when you have boxing judges going by their set of rules, it's gonna throw things off naturally. Because this isn't boxing. Because I remember back in the day, you could be getting pieced up on the feet, and you take the your opponent down a couple times, you're gonna win that round, because they count takedowns for way too much.
Right. Because it's just like in a real fight. Like, back in the day, you see a fight, you know, the guy, this guy over here, he's landing punches, but everybody always remembers the other guy getting taken down, you know, and how he gets handled on his back. That's where everybody said, oh, you got taken down. They start clowning you more, you know. So that's kind of almost like you say with the judges, you know, like that's the more memorable thing. So yeah, I think they got to do away with the unified rules. Like you can't use boxing rules for MMA.
Yeah, and for the record, like if you think that Rocky won, I won't like. I'm not someone who's gonna die on the hill to like try to really truly convince you. Like otherwise, I'm gonna say, in my opinion, she won because of this. But my biggest gripe is that people think it's a robbery. Like that term, like that to me is where it goes a little too far.
Right. I'll say this. Not at all. Like it was not a robbery. Like I continue to say when people ask me who won the first round, all right, I think Rocky won it. But if you say Pena won the first round, fine, okay. But in all honesty, if I'm watching it like I was in Rocky's corner, I would actually kind of be shaking my head at Rocky because Rocky had the better jab. Like to me, Rocky was technically better. On paper, Rocky was supposed to be the better boxer here, but Rocky was in here getting lit up by Pena's basic jab. And here I'm thinking she's slicker. So part of me can honestly kind of shake my head and say, if she walked back to my corner, I'd be like, Rocky, what are you doing right now? You getting hit by this girl you shouldn't be getting hit with. So if she did lose, which she did, I would have been like, you know how you lost, right? You know, I would say, you know where you lost, right? You lost the first round. So I would have been like all day. I could have said, yeah, she did enough, but I would be looking saying, nah, like we're gonna watch this again. Like this is just too close. It's just too close, you know. So I ain't arguing nobody about it being no robbery, like or even trying to convince me that Pena won it cleanly. Like I still see a lot of room there for it being Rockies, you know.
And combo. Listen, I'm like you. If I'm in Rocky's corner, well, I, not even if I'm in Rocky's corner. My critique of her corner and her team is that I cannot believe that they watched the two Nunes fights and saw how important Pena's jab was to her in her fighting, and they didn't work on Rocky's head movement. Because the problem with Rocky's jab, like, is that she every time she threw her jab, it was nice, it was crisp, it was polished, but her head was still on the center line. And so, you know, Pena just throwing something out there, like she literally just popping that jab right with her to be disruptive. She's just trying to cause confusion. That's what she did.
Yeah.
So, like for me, Pena, like I'm not here to crap on Pena. I think personally that I score round one for Rocky. But if you, I'm not gonna sit here to call that a robbery. It would be ridiculous to me. Like to call it a robbery, that's crazy. Like that means that nobody thinks that round was close. Everybody should think that the round was close. Whoever you thought won it, you know. So, but yeah, man. For me, it's sinful the way that Rocky's head was on the center line, throwing a jab like that. Like, come on, man. This is exactly what she did to disrupt Amanda.
And Rocky was like throwing a slip jab in some other fights. I remember. So I'm like, why is she not jabbing? Why is she not jabbing to the body here and slipping? Like, you got a game squared up fighter in Pena, but you are just like eating these jabs all day long. So first of all, I gotta say, shout out to like Pena's form too. Like Pena's form was solid. Like she didn't break that form. I mean, it worked for it too. Like she had that shoulder. Yeah,
dude, Pena shocked me, man.
She had that shoulder up high, and she was just like every time Rocky step in, she just throw a basic jab, and it was knocking her back. So, I mean, shout out to Pena for that, man. Because
had that B-hop stance because her knees ain't too good.
Yeah.
Like when the reason why I was like so irritated about the robbery thing, because I like watch a whole bunch of different, you know, channels that analyze it and everything. And when I was watching it, I see that everybody's saying robbery. Some of the like more like, you know, solid, you know, analysts was even saying like, oh, this is a robbery. I'm like, yo, because when I was watching that first round, I'm like, dude, when I saw those 10-9 two little tweets that they pulled up towards the end of the round for Rocky, I'm like, I'm confused right now. You know what I'm saying? Because then the reason why how I validated it was when I watched the Alex Pereira fight, because I was rooting for Alex Pereira to win because I want him to beat up John Jones selfishly. But I was rooting for Alex Pereira, but I'm like, dude, Khalil won these first two rounds. So that's why I knew, like, in my heart, I knew I wasn't just letting my bias get in the way of things. Because I wanted Alex Pereira to run through him and not look like, you know, too bad in that fight. But I was seeing, like, yo, Khalil won those first two rounds. So then when I'm looking at the Pena fight, and I'm like, yo, Pena won this first round, I knew I wasn't, like, tripping. But then when I saw all the other people saying it was, huh?
That's apples and oranges, though. Alex lost. Khalil won those first two rounds because Alex wasn't doing anything. Alex was barely throwing. Like, for me, like, his output, it wasn't even close. His output for those first two rounds, he wasn't doing anything. That's why he lost those two rounds. In my opinion.
Yeah, but
I really just meant to throw in that apples and oranges to make Combo laugh.
Yeah, I didn't want to jump in, but I was already thinking, oh, here we go. Man, we got the produce man out here.
Yeah, the reason I brought it up though is because just to point out, like, the whole, like, just watching a fight and being able to set your bias aside. You know, and that's why I was sitting there getting confused with myself. Like, am I letting my bias get in the way? And then once I saw that, you know, Alex fight, I'm like, nah, I'm not letting my bias get in the way. I'm sitting here like, because the commentators, I do listen with it. I was tempted to turn it down because they was tripping on a couple of occasions, but yeah, that Alex fight,
Rogan and DC always lying about something.
Oh yeah,
they don't.
They was talking like Khalil was doing, like, Alex could do no wrong in the first two rounds.
That's what I was tripping, man. I'm like, I know
he's
I'm
losing
high,
the
but
first
I'm not
two
tripping.
rounds.
I mean, it looks like Khalil is winning these rounds, bro.
That's what I'm saying, man. So that's why I'm sitting here tripping when I'm watching that Pena fight and I see the 210-9s from two different tweets. I'm like, am I tripping? Like, am I watching this too biased? So yeah, that's why I brought that Alex fight up, because I was like, I had to check myself and be like, please tell me I'm not, like, paying attention to what Raquel's doing, you know?
If you listen to Rogan and DC, you're gonna be thinking the sky's green, man.
Yeah, man.
Goldie said in the chat, hot take, Pena subs Kayla in round 5. Do y'all see that?
Oof.
Pena
man.
I don't know, man.
I would have to throw.
It's gonna be hard to take Kayla down, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I don't really know. Kayla is not the most effective striker herself, but I don't think she's stupid enough to, you know, get in a striking battle with Pena, even if she believes she can beat Pena on the feet. She's gonna take Pena down. I think she'll take Pena down easily. And I don't think Pena would, you know what I'm saying, have an easy time taking Kayla down, if she can take Kayla down at all, because Rocky is light. Kayla is going to be much heavier and thicker. So
yeah. That and Kayla's leg kick, the way she was taking out Ketlin, those leg kicks going to take Pena's legs out from under her.
Man, because Pena, like, was I tripping? But did Pena just not look steady in there at all?
She didn't look steady like that. That's why I thought at one point, like, she was like not necessarily like hurt, but just almost like already kind of like worn out from something, because her legs look a little unsteady there. Yeah, it wasn't just you. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Well, one thing I want to say before I forget, is I just want to mention one thing. Like, we got to remember that Pena came off an injury, hasn't fought in 2 years, apparently got to Salt Lake City a week out, and went out here and won a title for the second time against someone who was a legit champion. It's not like she beat someone who's a nobody, or like, I swear to you, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know of anybody who is rejected more as a 2-time champion than Julianna Pena. I don't know of any champion like that in MMA. Correct me if I'm wrong.
They try to reject Carla sometime, but I don't.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But the first one I thought of Carla too, but the first one I don't think did they or am I mistaken?
Yeah, I think some people were saying like Rose deserved to keep her belt, like Carla didn't do nothing to take it, something like that. They said, oh, that should have just been turned back over to her or whatever. But they really did.
What about the first one?
The first one was legit. Ain't no denying that.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Dude, Pena got denied on both of her titles.
Yeah, that's true. Like, you know, that's why Bloodthrone asked me that question, man. He was like, do I see it as a fluke? I was like, nah, I can't say it's a fluke, man. You know, she cranked Nunes, so nah.
Dude, it's 2 different opponents, 2 title wins. I feel like she could win the title a 3rd time against a 3rd opponent who's legit, and people still will not acknowledge her as a champion, man. They hate her that much. And it's sad because she brings eyes to the fight.
Hey, now, if she go in there and have to win it a 3rd time, I'm gonna be questioning Pena again because I'll be like, how'd you lose it this time?
Right. She'll see that as a compliment, though. I'm a 3-time champion.
Exactly.
That means you lost it 3 times too.
Yeah, that I don't know if y'all aware of it, but that was always my gripe with Ric Flair, right?
Yeah.
He had the 16-time world champion, but I was like, you had to lose it 15 times.
Yeah, you done lost it 16 times, man.
Yeah, man. But that is funny though.
I'm gonna say this though, Raquel Pennington, she is a sweetheart. And you know why I say that? Because she did not go to Pena's body at all. Man. And me, I'm not trying to be mean, but look, if I know that girl had a broken rib,
ooh,
I would look. This been like Applebee's. It would have been like rib night, man.
All day,
all day, man. It would have been like
she didn't invest in the body.
Ruby Tuesdays, all you can eat ribs, man. I would have been working on that body.
Yeah.
Her combo. What was that in the last live? The 2 most underutilized things: the jab and the body work, and the calf kick.
And the calf kick, man.
Pennington missed 2 of them.
She missed 2 of them, man. Like that leg was there to be chewed up, man. It was a bone right there. She should have took. That's why I ain't gonna say that. I was gonna say Rocky with a dog like that.
Seeing as if
man,
Pena being as unsteady as she was, I would have went for those legs all day. This girl can't even stand up on her own.
Man. Like it seemed like it was work keeping her upper body up. You know.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Paul Vivret, I gotta address something that he said.
Oh yeah,
I wanna think that he's joking, but he said, "Two beasts I gotta know. Did you find Pena attractive? Is that what's going on here?" I hope it's a joke, but if it is serious, I will address it still respectfully. I find several women in the UFC and MMA in general attractive, but that don't mean crap to me, because I'll tell you why. There is plenty sets of breasts and there are plenty buttocks to look at that exist outside of MMA, within MMA. So at the end of the day, I don't care about that. What impresses me is what you show me in the cage. And if you happen to be attractive, that's like sprinkles on ice cream. But at the end of the day, I still need the ice cream, which is what you show me in the cage. With Pena, the thing, what is it? Is that what's going on here? What's going on here is that Pena's dog is really unmatched in MMA, at least to what I've seen. You might have some people that tie her, like another person that comes close is Andrade and a select few others. But what it really comes down to is her mic work, because selfishly, I'm a former wrestling fan. I bring that up a lot because I love mic work and I just love that psychology of it. So that's one thing with Pena. The second thing with Pena is she's got that dog in her that just is unmatched in a lot of cases. And then the third thing is you know, Pena doesn't have this crazy athleticism. She doesn't have this crazy speed or agility, and she doesn't have this crazy power. But yet she finds a way to win fights. And to me, there's athletes who fight, and then there's fighters who are athletes.
Yeah.
And Pena is a fighter who is an athlete at the same time. But Pena is a fighter at heart. And that's, to me, I don't care. You could put Pena's abilities in any female body that is model like and this, that, and that. I'm not going to care about it. What I really care about more than anything first is what they do in that cage. Everything else is just something on the side. Take, for instance, a Jacqueline Amorim. Super attractive woman, right? But what I really care about is the fact that she's 9 finishes in 9 wins and 9 finishes. That girl's not out here playing around when it comes to that cage, because that to me is what matters most. Everything else is secondary. So that's my answer to that question with Paul.
Paul might be just playing, but y'all already know me. Shoot, look, I don't care how you look. Look,
Yeah,
we gonna you getting if you doing something stupid, I'm gonna call it out. If you need to be changing your fighting style up, you need to be doing something. I'm gonna tell you, but
and that's crazy because I'm actually the opposite of Two Beasts, and I rarely find female fighters attractive.
Well, let me ask
My
y'all this
favorite
real-
wrestler is Kevin Owens, to answer
Kevin Owens.
Joshua.
Okay,
That guy comes to mind first, man. Him and he goes by John Moxley now, but he formerly was Dean Ambrose in WWE. Another guy that I really like in terms of mic work. But yeah, to answer that question, but go ahead, y'all.
Okay, let me ask y'all this since we talking about being honest with fighters. All right. If y'all were the corner person for or trainer for Marina Rodriguez, like what would y'all tell her right now?
Just stop.
Jiu-jitsu.
Just stop. Because
Just stop.
because you know, I can't believe
And you're a Marina fan too, right, Brian?
I
know you
am.
are.
Just like
Okay.
you talk about, she's one of
Yeah.
my favorite fighters to watch.
Okay, yeah.
You know, when it's a stand-up fight, she's one of my favorite fighters to watch.
Okay.
But like, reason I say just stop is because I can't believe that as with all the fights that she's had, that they don't work on takedown defense.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I can't believe they don't work on takedown defense. And so what to me is disappointing about Marina is that she continuously gets taken down, and then once she's down, she's not active. We've only seen maybe 1 or 2 fights where she tried to be active off her back, but for the most part, she's content to just hold and hope that the ref stands them up.
And she actually got that shit.
Hey, I was disappointed. As a Marina fan, I was still disappointed that the refs broke the actions as much as they did on Saturday. Yeah. It wasn't just that one fight. I mean, come on. If you got, it's one thing if there's nothing going on, right? But man, please believe, like, if I'm a ref, and you're a fighter that's in the weaker position, be on your back and someone's on top of you. If you're not trying to get up, I'm not going to stand it up. If you're trying to get up and the other person is just holding and it's clear that they're laying and praying and therefore the fight's not moving, then okay, right? But if you're not trying to get up, if you're just trying to stay quote unquote safe, then I'm not liable to stand it up unless the fighter on top is so incredibly inactive that I can't reward them. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, at some point I got to keep this fight moving.
In combo, I got a answer for that, and it's something that you mentioned. If you were her team,
okay,
I think that's the problem right there. Is her team, because I think they're allowing her to get away with not working on her takedown defense. It's like the reason why Joanna was so successful is because, you know what I'm saying? She probably did not have to work her striking that much. She's already a magnificent striker. This is MMA now. So you need to learn how to keep the fight on your feet, and that's takedown defense. Otherwise, you're going to be on the ground, and that's not where you want to be. So maybe she wants to be on the ground. I don't know. Because, like, you know what I'm saying? If she doesn't have the IQ herself to say, you know what, I need to find a camp that's going to work with me on this. If my camp is not going to do it, maybe she can cross train. But her team is, you know, they leaving her lacking out here, man. That's how I feel about it. Because it would be no way she would have no takedown defenses if I was on her team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because this is like ongoing thing. Like it wasn't just like, oh, early in her career she got taken down by Calvillo, you know what I mean, or Carla Esparza. Like this is every fight. It's almost like once it happens, they just lose the round. And her corner, like I don't hear any urgency from her corner either.
Right.
It's like get up, or you know whatever. Like I don't hear any type of urgency from her corner when they're on their back, when she's on her back. I don't see any urgency from her. Like you seen them improvements from Grasso. When Grasso was taken down, she's squirming. Her hips are moving. She might get taken down, but she's still squirming to get up. Her get up is good, but like Marina's takedown and her get up is bad.
And
like,
that's why I'm thinking it's got to be the team, because like a really good team, a wrestling coach, jiu-jitsu coach, if you don't know how to get up on your own, if you listen to them, they will actually give you instructions while you're on the ground of how you need to get up. And I don't hear any of that.
I don't hear none of that. Like, I'm going to go ahead and say this. Like Brian, I'm a big fan, Marina, but Jillian Robertson's striking is better than Marina's ground game of any kind. Like Jillian Robertson's improved that much more with her striking than
she
Marina's
has,
improved with her ground game or takedown defense. Any of
That's
that.
a great point.
So I just, you know, I hate to give up on her like Brian. You know, Brian, he a big fan too, but it is like that, man. Like every fight you face from here on is going to be a situation where they're going to take you down. Like
exactly.
Everybody's going to take Loopy's going to take you down. Angela Hill's going to take you down. You know, Angela Hill went to school with it. You know, she learned.
You also have to think outside of the box as well, and know that this is not only, you know, something you do as a hobby. You're in a professional sport. People are fighting for their lives here. You know what I'm saying? They're fighting to get more money. So they're going to study you. And if you can't defend yourself from being taken down, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to take you down.
Exactly. What do you think, Two Beasts? What would you tell her, man?
What I would do is I'd have a heart-to-heart with her, and I would ask her to give her opinion as to why she feels like she not only gets taken down, and why she feels lost in certain situations where she's on her back. And then I would ask her, you know, how badly do you want to improve upon this? You know, what do you want to do? What steps do you want to take in order to improve it? And then based on that answer I get, if she's like, yeah, I want to improve, then we completely, I would say at least like 80% of all the time she spends training will be grappling and wrestling. And then the other 20% we'll throw in the striking and then strength and conditioning, whatever. I'd figure out where her head is first, what she wants to do, and then all the focus is going on the grappling and the wrestling for the most part. And in regards to Paul, that's why I freaking said it the way I said, because I figured it was just playing, but I did want to throw that out there anyway. And then I see that Tatiana Goldie said Tatiana Suarez the next champ when she eventually fights. It all depends on her health, man. Like her, like most people's biggest enemy is the scale. Her biggest enemy is injuries.
And you know, even like with a fighter like Tatiana versus a fighter like Marina, like Tatiana's wrestling base is so strong and powerful, and it's one of the more needed disciplines that you need in MMA. She can survive off of subpar striking. You know, she could get a belt off subpar striking. You can have great striking, but if
Yeah.
your sprawling ain't good, I mean, Marine,
Yeah.
you won't touch the belt. Like, I
Exactly.
mean, Wei Lee went to school with her wrestling. Like when she found out like she needed that wrestling element, they was calling, they was getting to work in, they was doing it.
Yep.
And now you can't keep her off the mat. But like it's been the opposite with Marina, man. Like it's like you just lay there and you think that's what it's supposed to be, but that's embarrassing, man. Like, cause I just say that because like if it is the team, like, well, no, let's say it ain't the team. Let's say it's Marina just being stubborn. Like, would you
Yeah.
stick around with a fighter like that?
That's a good question.
Would you stick around with a fighter like
You
that's
know,
the
you know,
question?
you know what I would do if I was a trainer and I knew didn't have the capabilities to work on her takedown defense. I would tell her to go cross train somewhere. If she doesn't do that, then I wash my hands.
Mm.
But think about this too. It's not just the specific like defending a takedown.
Mm-hmm.
It's preventing the takedown, keeping the distance, using your range to keep the distance so the takedowns are less of a threat. And for me, like, so Rocky got taken down in the second and third rounds. She didn't get taken down again. You know why? Because she was popping that jab. She was keeping the distance so that Pena can get in close to grab her to get to a takedown. So she made that adjustment, right? Marina got one of the best reach. Marina typically has the reach advantage, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she doesn't. Combo. It goes back to that same criticism you give all fighters: the jab effect. Marina could have the best jab in the business, especially for her division.
Non-existent,
Man. Because when she throws it, it's nice, right? But she is non-existent. Instead, she wings those hooks, right? Everything she throws has a little bit of a loop to it, and then she ends up overextending herself, and then that'll get her taken down.
Yes.
That's not what happened in this fight, but that's what typically will happen. So the fact that she doesn't use her striking tools to keep the distance so that she can manage the takedowns, and she, like, to me, that's another fail.
You know what I would do too? Like Brian, if I was her trainer, as soon as she get in the gym and she get on the mat, I'm gonna take her down right away. Just take her down to be like, you got to get me off you. You got to get up. You get up. You don't get up. We ain't training today.
She don't learn how to get up.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Well, training starts off with her on her back, right?
Yeah, it starts off on your back. So like, if you don't get up, we ain't doing nothing.
We not hitting no pads, no heavy bag or nothing until you get up.
Yeah, they go put her in boot camp.
Because like she gets down, she gets on her back, and like she's not lost like she used to be lost. She's not lost. She's making the decision.
Yeah.
At this point, she's making the decision to just stay safe and try to hold the fighter down. That's a decision. She's deciding to clamp down instead of trying to get up.
That good old body triangle from the bottom, right?
Yep, it does nothing. It does nothing but keep you in place, keep you on your back.
Yeah.
Oh, one thing I want to apologize to Paul. I forgot to say thanks for the compliment. That was rude. I'm sorry about that. Because he said he likes he thinks I'm a well-spoken guy. I forgot to say thanks about that.
Yeah, I was gonna say about Paul, about that comment. I don't know if he was joking or not, but I will say this. Paul is relatively new to this, and you've been kind of ghost for a while, so he don't really know you like that, I would say. So that question about, the if you like Julianna's appearance, he don't know you like that.
Yeah. Like we 2B's been for a minute, and like 2B's ain't never simping. Yeah. That's the best way. 2B's ain't never simping.
We all know I got a little simp in me.
Yeah.
I mean, I just, this fight is attractive. It's just, you gotta show me something. That's what makes me pay attention to those fighters, because Stamina FC said it somewhere. I can't, where was it at? He said I think most of the fighters, in his opinion, like the more attractive ones is like,
they lose.
They end up like losing and stuff.
I don't think so.
It's a mixed bag.
It's a mixture.
It really is.
I will say this. I do think unfortunately, the OnlyFans curse is a real thing. I'm gonna put that out there. The fighters that invest way too much into the OnlyFans do typically not, like, make that top 5, top 10.
Yeah, I
Well, you
think
got
it's
to keep the
because
main
they
thing the main thing.
What'd you say, Brian?
I say you got to keep the main thing the main thing. If you're
Right.
spending a lot of time on OnlyFans, then that's time that you're not spending on
Time
the
in the
fight game.
gym. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean that
And
I mean you in the
sometimes, man,
you
yeah, and no
that mean you in the
disrespect,
gym
man,
taking
but
pictures.
sometimes some of these girls get into MMA because they know they can because they look good. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? A lot of them do
Mm,
not like getting punched in the face for a living, but they will use it because I mean, I know back in the day, man, they were getting girls out of Pilates gyms and stuff. Like these girls were just, doing a little something to stay in shape. Now they fight in a cage. You know what I'm saying? I know that's not the case now, but some females are like, I can use this to my advantage, make some money and get out and then do my own thing because I got looks.
And
They
you
don't
know
like
what?
to get in the
You
face.
you can use it. You can usually see that separation
Yeah,
sometimes. You ever like because
yeah,
like I know I've seen some interviews where some girls say, "Oh yeah, it started off with me hitting the bag," and the guy in the gym says, "You know what? You should be a fighter."
yeah,
And that right there, that's kind of that's that little red flag right there because that girl ain't necessarily a fighter. She don't really have a chip on her shoulder,
mm-hmm,
and she ain't
mm,
like she ain't at odds with nobody, so she ain't really
right,
bringing that dog. So when you see her make her debut and she fold from one punch,
right. But back in the day, I mean, you could get away with that because there
yeah,
was pretty much no competition, man.
mm-hmm. Yeah,
Everybody was pretty much on the same level, unless you came from like a top-notch wrestling school or jiu-jitsu school. I mean, basically, you don't fight the same level of female that you are.
mm-hmm. Yeah. Now things are different, man. Things is
Yeah,
these girls that they that's why I brought up Marina because they're getting that eye open, man. Like I see Marina getting taken down by too many fighters on the come
yeah.
up, man. But I think I got one more thing for y'all here before I wrap this one up. About Amanda Nunes, like in her retirement, like, do y'all think it's necessary that she comes out of retirement, or just let the girls here just let them continue to do what they do?
Mm,
personally, man, I think Nunez's career is very much so fulfilled, and in terms of it being a necessity, I would say no. If she wanted to come back, selfishly, my reaction would be like, damn, and now people gonna get beat up again. Because there is some people that I want to see succeed, and I think Nunes is a huge wrench in that, like, plan,
yeah,
so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
If she came back, it'd be huge money for the UFC and whoever she's going against. So that'd be good for them, I guess, financial wise, career wise, whatever. Do I want to see Nunes come back? It really depends on how Pena Kayla looks, honestly.
yeah,
Depending on how that fight looks, I would know better whether or not I would really, really want to see her come back. But as it stands right now, I don't necessarily want to see her come back. I think it's just funny that regardless of that, I think Pena would potentially troll her even like 3 years from now. Like, I think Amanda's still not done. She still wants to fight me. She's still ducking me. I'd still be laughing from it. So my preference would be, let the new girls come in, let Amanda, because I think her health played a factor into it too. She said
yeah,
stuff about her knees and whatnot. So my preference is that she stays retired.
yeah.
Me too. I
So,
think
yeah, my
for me,
thing is,
I think there's no reason, like there's really no reason under the sun for Amanda to come back, in my opinion.
Yeah.
As a longtime Amanda fan, I don't think she has anything left to prove. I think, Julianna needs to just go ahead and uh, and rest in the fact that she knows that she beat her once. But
Mm-hmm.
The way that Amanda beat her in the second fight, and the way that she barely squeaked by and got a win over Rocky. If this Pena fought any version of Amanda, she getting stomped. Period. The end. I
A
think,
version of Amanda that trains, by the
yeah,
way.
for sure. So I think like it's pointless. It's just gum flapping, in my opinion. I think again, I will go to my grave thinking Pena is a clown. I understand you eloquently presented your argument to Beast, but I still think Pena is a clown because for how long we've been talking for months. I've been listening to Julianna Pena fans talk about how she can sell a fight and she's the only one that sells fight. And then, you get on this big stage where you just win the belt. The girl that's, got all the hype behind her, fought the same night, got a win. Y'all been talking trash in the press conference when you should have been focusing on the fights at hand. Y'all been talking trash to each other. And now you got an opportunity to sell this fight and you don't sell this fight. That's a clown move, whatever. Anyway, Amanda has nothing to prove. She'll be the GOAT unless Valentina goes on the run and overtakes her, but nobody else has a chance. Kayla Harrison, she don't have a chance. She'll never be the GOAT because she ducked Cyborg and she waited till Amanda went into retirement to go to UFC. So she'll never be the greatest. She'll never be the greatest.
He will. We thinking on the same lines because for one, I think she shouldn't come back, but a possibility of her, coming back should be if she fought Kayla to, you know what I'm saying, pretty much cement herself as pound for pound since Kayla ran off to the UFC before she fought Cyborg.
Mm-hmm.
But
You know what have made that more interesting too? Like Amanda might have came out of retirement had Kayla beat Cyborg first before coming to the UFC.
Exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
But she didn't get that win. So my thing is, how you gonna make that enticing for Amanda? And right now, you're just another fighter.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because if Kayla had a beat Cyborg, now you have two women that have beat Cyborg. So now these two have to fight. Because whatever people say about Cyborg, you know what I'm saying? The consensus with Cyborg is when anybody fights her, they're supposed to be knocked out. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So when Nunes did what she did, I mean that pretty much gave her the pound for pound title automatically because nobody does that to Cyborg. Nobody.
Yeah, that's still memorable, man. And going back to the retirement thing too, like I think Amanda should just stay retired because I talked about it like maybe a year or so ago when she first retired, man. Like I know things don't change overnight. Like she had already put it out there that she has some like nerve damage in her legs.
Right.
Y'all remember that, right?
Yeah, and realistically, I'm looking at it too as why are you going to come back? Because realistically, how many fights do we see her fight? Maybe one or two before she retires again.
Right. Yeah. And they're not even that worthy of fights like that. Yeah, okay. Right. You could give Pena a rubber match, but that would be just like another cherry on top. But even like I said, the Kayla thing's not really as enticing had she maybe beat somebody like Chris Cyborg, and then that would make the weight heavier. But it's really for nothing to me.
I think the division should just take the opportunity with an Amanda-less, division and try to make their run,
Because she's good because like I don't see nobody else beating Cyborg anytime soon. So like somebody pretty much got to beat Cyborg to get above Nunes. I mean,
well, even like Cyborg is going to fight Pacheco and call it a career.
Exactly.
So that even if Larissa Pacheco beats Cyborg, that'll be it. And Larissa Pacheco will she be in the same. Well, she ain't going to the UFC. You know, so what else? What is she gonna do now to make herself the GOAT? You know,
Yeah,
nothing.
because like she
Nothing.
can't get the Amanda fight, she can't get Kayla. So those were pretty much the only two fights anybody probably would ever want to see of Cyborg again.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Definitely not gonna run it back with Amanda. Kayla ran, so
You know.
Hey, look, I tell you one thing though, like there's one thing that both Cyborg and Valentina can't stand is a smiling Amanda.
Uh huh. Yep. Hey,
oh,
Combo.
Lord.
Hey, Combo.
Yeah.
Going back to the division.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just me, or we just based it on their last fights? Norma Dumont beats all four of the fighters that fought on Saturday.
I think Norma Dumont has the IQ to outclass them. I think Norma Dumont beats Ketlin because she just holds back too much. I think Kayla would be the toughest out of them, but with the way she can jab and move and her size, she could beat them. Like Kayla would be the one that's the toughest, though. I think.
I think so too.
Yeah, Kayla would be the toughest, I think, because Rocky wasn't looking like Rocky should have looked as a champion. So Kayla would be the toughest out of all of them, though. I think that would be the one I can't call, but yeah, Norma should be in that mix. She got to be in that mix soon.
I think in the division right now, the red herring is Macy Chase on what she gonna do.
Yeah,
because she's right up in the mix too.
Yeah,
I don't know what her next fight is.
Problem with Macy, she lost to Raquel, so I mean,
yeah.
Yep.
she has
via
been
finish too. So that sometimes like, one of the problems with some like bantamweight, I feel like, is there's like what I like to refer to as disqualifying losses, where it kind of like disqualifies you from really being like considered a like threat to the title picture, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But they all have them.
Minus
Kayla.
Yeah.
And maybe you could put Julianna in there, but the reality is Julianna Pena hasn't fought anybody in the division. Now she has one. Right now, Julianna Pena has one win in the division.
Yeah.
Think about that.
And the thing about bantamweight too is bantamweight has, even since the start, it's always been a division where, you know what I'm saying, at least two people just run the whole division. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There was Ronda, and then I don't really know who was behind Ronda, but you know what I'm saying? 135 has been like one champion dominating like all the time. So,
and it ain't that way. No, it shouldn't. I don't think it's gonna be that way anymore.
Me either. Well, I don't know. With Kayla, I mean, she might have looked human against Ketlin, but one thing to take into consideration with Ketlin is that she's big and she's tall.
Yeah.
Tall people are not really going to be that easy to handle, but like Julianna, Raquel, I can see her taking them down with relative ease and staying on top.
Oh yeah, Julianna Pena, she ain't getting up.
Yeah. They both get taken down pretty easy because Ketlin, it was really size that kept her in this fight too. You know that size, man.
Yeah.
Hey BJ, what's up, man? BJ, you gotta tell us, man. You gotta talk to us, man. What happened with Ketlin, man? I know you was picking Ketlin. You gotta tell me what went wrong, man.
I'm gonna
You
give
got
you
that
my
Pena
opinion.
fight right, but
Hey, I'm gonna give you my opinion on that combo. It's just it was just like me and you said to start. Which Caitlyn is gonna show up?
Yeah.
If Caitlin's potential shows up, we got to fight. If the Caitlyn that we unfortunately have been disappointed in shows up, then we gonna get what we got.
The starstruck one,
Now,
right?
and see, now I kind of feel bad about getting on Kevin Holland, man, for telling Ketlin to wrap it up. She was doing all that talking and didn't do nothing, man.
Mm-hmm. Man, she would get personal with Kayla.
Yeah.
You
I'm like,
know,
where's this Ketlin been at?
look, hey, if words were punches, I'm telling you, man. But
Right.
too bad they ain't. Too bad they ain't, man.
She didn't
Oh
do
man.
nothing.
Ketlin.
She didn't
Okay,
do nothing.
BJ said Ketlin fought well. She didn't fight enough. I can't even say she fought well.
Yeah, she didn't
What
fight well.
what did she do that was so good? I mean,
I can't even say she fought well. Like there was not even enough. Like she had two elbows in the second round. You know, but outside of that, like even her right hand wasn't landing. She wasn't throwing a jab. She was not throwing a jab. Like
oh, she wouldn't even get close enough. She was swinging that air most of the fight because she wasn't close enough. She didn't keep the fight in her range.
yeah,
She was
and
too worried about getting grabbed.
yeah,
Yeah.
and second and third round, Caleb connected with a leg kick, took that leg out from under her 2 times.
Family.
So that kind of made her striking kind of go out the door too. And she said her striking was better too. So I'm just calling Ketlin out. She brought all this stuff up, so I wanted to see it, but she didn't deliver.
And that's the thing with grapplers too. You don't want to be throwing punches that's not gonna connect, because when they get a bead on that and just see that you just throwing some BS out there just to keep them off you, that gives them something to grab.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does, man. That takedown in the first round too, man. Like way Kayla just did it so textbook too. That right there just showed me, yeah, okay, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
When she took her for that ride and like Kayla.
Yeah, how many points are those throws worth in judo?
Oh man,
You got all those points.
Oh man,
I was just as disappointed in Caitlin as I was in Marina. Caitlin, I mean, just little things to get up. Just get up,
Yeah.
man. Like you should be working. You get on your back. You should be working every second to get up.
Man, Marina. That level of disappointment for Marina, it's just like I don't know, man. Like it's just next level now. Like I don't know where she thinks she's gonna go from here though. Like I think Ketlin can still hang here in the top 5 for a little while longer. But I think Marina's gonna be fighting down now for a while.
Yep. Yeah. And she getting old. She ain't got much time.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad they didn't run that Lemos fight back now.
Oh yeah. Whew, man, I'm glad.
Look, Lemos would have taken her down.
Yeah.
Look, one thing we know about Lemos, she's been working on her takedown defense and she's been working on getting up. Yeah. Now, so you could even though she's been beaten on the ground, we can see the changes that she's trying to implement. At least she's trying.
Marina versus Jillian Robertson. Yeah, you just missed what we were talking about with that, BJ. Like I said, I think Jillian's striking has gotten better than Marina's, get up or ground game, period. So
that's crazy. Making Jillian Robertson look like a beast.
I know, man. Like Tisha versus Lemos. Tisha versus Lemos. I'm gonna go with Lemos there, man.
Yeah, I'm going with Lemos on that one.
Hey, Kamo, did you ever decide on a triple threat from like the new for like the divisions, strawweight and all that?
I honestly don't see a triple threat at strawweight or bantamweight. I think Norma's like probably the one to look out for, and we already know Kayla's like a shoe in, so she's basically like the crown champion. She ain't even a threat; she is the champion, side champ. But strawweight, like I was gonna put Lucindo, but when I watched the fights before this Marina fight, that's why I switched to Marina last minute, man, because I didn't think she was gonna be ready, and I don't think she's ready for a Wei Lee or anybody like that. I think Suarez beats Lucindo. Shoot, Yan Zhana might beat Lucindo.
Dang, it was that bad?
It wasn't good. It wasn't really like good, man. Like to me it was. I think she could have done a lot better as far as even her stand-up game.
Like for me, with Lucindo, unfortunately, she's fought her way up to this point. But
yeah,
for me, like she's 22 years old. I don't need her to make a championship run until for another couple years.
Yeah.
But I think she has all the tools to do that in a few years. But
Mhm.
right now, she's still learning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's getting experience. You know, she got a bright future, I think.
Oh yeah.
But like the one thing I didn't like about Lucindo in this fight, it almost for the first time, it almost looked like she was scared on the feet. Like the look in her eyes.
You saw them eyes, right? You saw how
Yeah,
wide
the
they
look in
got.
her eyes. I don't know if it was the moment or the actual fighter that was in front of her. But yeah, it did look like she was, more tentative
Yeah.
and worried.
And
And
that
that,
look changed when she found out she could take her down at will.
mm-hmm.
That's the thing. She did that.
Man.
And when have we seen Lucindo become a takedown artist? You know what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
that ain't what she's known
Right.
for.
When
Which
she
is
ate
all
that,
the more.
yeah, she ate that punch to the top of the head. She said, "Oh snap, we got to go
Yeah.
down. We got to take this thing down." Because
And
when she
that
put her
and see,
down in that first round, I was like, "Oh, this is about to be
and
E-Boss
that's
again."
and that's the thing we say about Marina, man. If she had that takedown defense, Lucindo would have been in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh man, BJ said talk about them jabs, them Pena jabs. Oh, them Pena jabs was good, man.
Oh, we did.
Yeah, we talked about, but yeah, them Pena. Yeah. Man, if
And
y'all ain't heard
how you say a combo?
BJ be
Oh
now,
man.
if you want to hear something funny, you need to hear BJ do his Aspen lag ground and pound.
Oh.
Now, you ever hear that? Like, go listen to her do a ground and pound and imagine BJ doing that, man.
Oh
I'd
man.
be rolling on that. The Aspen lag ground and pound ain't no joke.
Oh man,
Brian,
ain't no filter.
Colosso said, Brian, you just cook Lucindo. Did you cook her?
I mean,
honest,
I
man.
wasn't trying to.
Yeah, I thought you just being honest.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest. Honest assessment. Look, that's just an honest assessment of a fighter that I like.
Yeah.
Yeah, she do got a bright future ahead, you know. She's 20, 22, 23 years old, so yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look, I might sip on the looks, but I don't be sipping on the fighting skills. I try to give honest assessments.
Yeah.
Especially of my favorite fighters.
Oh yeah. I'll be honest with you. Favorite fighters, when they start lacking a little something, I'll be like, no.
We're gonna have to talk about it, man, because
Because I ain't gonna lie, I'm worried for Aaron, man, in this Rose fight, man.
I mean, hey, I'm worried. I don't know if I'm worried for Rose, but
No, I'm worried for Aaron. Yeah.
I'm worried for anybody who gets messed up with Natalia next.
That would be a two fight losing streak for Aaron, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But yeah, if you talk, two beats. If you talking like the threat at flyweight, I mean, yeah, we all know. I think for sure Natalia is probably gonna get a title shot next.
I think it's Natalia and Manon, and of course Valentina. But as far as challengers, Natalia and Manon are the two people to beat in that division right now.
What about Macy Barber?
Man.
Macy the Duck Barber.
Oh man,
look, I'm gonna tell you.
I like Macy, but something about her just tells me no.
Who was the person she ducked?
She did duck Manon.
Aaron. They say she ducked Aaron.
She's ducking Aaron. She avoiding Aaron at all costs.
And the funny thing is, with Macy Barber's style, I think Aaron would have been the person she would have had most of a chance against.
Yeah.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? So
we know Aaron likes to block punches with her face.
Right.
Man.
What is the most convenient fight for Macy right now to move in the ranks? Like out of everybody, what is Macy ranked?
Like
she's like 4 or 5.
Is she? Yeah. Okay, yeah, she moved up. Yeah, she's in there now. Right?
I mean, who's the most convenient? I
The
think
question
maybe.
you should ask two
I
beasts.
mean,
You mean
Grasso
like as far
already
as
beat her
easiness?
though.
You mean as far as
Grasso
being
beat her, and
easy?
she got injured in the fight.
Two beasts.
And
What you should be asking yourself, the better question is,
Let me see.
why isn't Macy fighting?
Yeah.
You mean that's the better question you should be asking, because here's the thing. When I call Macy a duck, it's not even, I'm not even trying to slam her so much, because Macy is a fighter that I believe, if left up to her own devices, she would fight anyone. But her team selects. She's just not a fighter that we can say, you know, is going to fight anyone.
Right.
Her team is going to make it as easy as possible. They're going to try to get the best possible fight for them, which, you know, on one level, nothing wrong with it. But then we just can't call Macy the fighter that's going to fight anybody.
Yeah.
Because there have been fights out there that she could have. You know, why is Rose and Aaron fight? Why is Macy not fighting one of those?
And here's the thing with me. Macy, well, she's already ducked Aaron. She's not going to be able to fight Manon. Like, if you look at the rankings, man, you know what I'm saying? She got Natalia next. She might have to fight down and fight Natalia, because everybody else has a fight right now that's in front of her.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And you know,
Except
Natalia and Macy, they're kind of in the same position like Aaron and Manon. When Aaron and Manon were like 6-0, they had to fight. And Natalia's on a 6-fight win streak, right? And so is Macy. So they got to put that 6-0 in the UFC, their little streak, to the test here, you know, to get that next shot.
Combo, do you see them giving Natalia Silva Grasso for her next fight?
I was just thinking that.
I could see that. I
was just thinking that.
Oh man,
I could see that. I could see that happen in like spring of 2025.
Wow,
that's going to happen, because we all know next year the schedule is going to be Shevchenko, Fior, and we already know Aaron and Rose is in November. So Grasso Silva is next, because Silva just beat a former champion, Andrade.
Yeah,
she's on a nice win streak. She's due a fighter now. She's due a top 5. And Macy, again, like we said, I don't know where she's at. Right, I don't know where she's at with it right now. So Grasso might be her next opponent, man.
Yeah.
So seems like Barbara is out of a fight for a while, man.
That's what I'm saying.
Didn't she get injured though?
She had like a little illness. They didn't clear the fight, so that's why I was trying to, you know, I'd be easy on a little bit there. But she's been back into training though, you know. But when she was out there, like there were some fights that they didn't want. That was my point on that. Like when she was active, there were like targeting Lauren Murphy or Andrade. You know?
Oh man, I forgot about Lauren Murphy. She still fighting?
Yeah, Lauren about to wrap it up. Lauren wants to fight Casey O'Neill and wrap it up, man. Do y'all think
really?
That's amenable? Wait a minute. BJ said Macy versus O'Neill could be happening.
Macy versus O'Neill?
So O'Neill does not deserve a top 5 fight, coming off a 2-fight losing streak.
Hey, you know what though?
And winning the fight against an unranked fighter.
I can see the UFC doing it.
Dang, man, Macy is.
I can see him doing it.
If Macy accept that fight, I'm a man.
I would be shocked.
I'd be disappointed,
because I you know, I'm not the one to like calling people ducks and this, that, and that. I think Macy is the type of fighter. She will strategically select fights.
She gonna
but
do that.
I feel like she would fight anybody though. You know, she's just gonna try to prioritize fighting the most convenient fight.
Yeah,
man. If they do that junk, man. I mean, you talking about the number 4 fight in the 15 right now? Shoot.
Oh wow.
And
I mean, Aaron was 10 and fought 3, or it was something to that.
Yeah,
like close to that.
But that was a different circumstances, and Aaron
short notice, right?
You know what I mean?
And for Aaron, she was fighting up, and you know they had to get her to step in. But even then, like when
she was on streak,
she was on streak.
Yeah.
She was already on streaks, and it just that would just be wrong for Macy to fight O'Neill. I think, man.
Maybe, but see what choice is she gonna have? We all know how Dana feels about people that turns down fights. So she gonna what, risk another 1 or 2 years out because she wouldn't fight? Dana will shelve you.
Yeah. So
Unless
we
you're
all
John
know, like,
Jones.
for in terms of logically speaking, what makes the most sense for the division right now, at currently, what makes the most sense for Macy is Natalia.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
what makes the most sense,
Yeah.
right?
I think they're gonna do that.
Yeah.
Unless they really want to push Natalia and give her Grasso.
I think Macy is going to try to angle for the Grasso fight. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? That's
Yeah.
that's
She
that's
said she
that's what,
wanted that rematch.
Yeah.
yeah. That's for me. Like that's for me. That's why
Yeah.
uh,
It
I'm
depends on who
calling
can get
Macy a
Grasso
dub,
first.
because there's legit fights for Macy right now, but she's gonna try to wait it out for that Grasso fight because that's the fight she thinks she can win, right?
Yeah,
Mhm.
she better not wait it out. She better get on the phone.
Well, it just honestly, it just depends on what UFC wants to do with Grasso.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Yeah, because I could see the UFC letting Grasso decide if she wants a rematch with Barber because she's in a better position as a former champ. They would probably offer her Grasso. They would probably offer her Barber or Silva. I think Grasso's in a position where she could pick the opponent there, but
She better take Barber.
yeah, yeah, I think she got to take Barber. But I think in that little triangle there between Grasso, Barber, and O'Neal. Not O'Neal. I'm looking at what BJ said. Barber, Grasso, and Silva. It's going to be one of those three.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be one
Yeah.
of those three. You know, you're going to see those two matched up next
Mhm.
year. But that's a crazy thing, though, man. Like, see, when Manon got up there and Aaron got up there, they did acknowledge each other. They both said, "All right, if I got to fight the other, I'll fight the other." But do you see Barber doing that with Natalia?
Nope.
Like, yeah, okay. Because
The
like,
only name in Barbara's mouth is Grasso,
Yeah.
yeah.
and
Yeah.
we all know she got a big mouth. So
Yeah.
why she ain't chewing up? Why she ain't spitting out other names? I don't know.
I think the only way she does fight Silva is if she knows there's a possibility of the UFC not giving her a fight for a while if she decides not to fight her.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Well,
at the end of the day, she got to make money.
Yeah.
And when you're not fighting, you're not making money.
Yeah,
Man, they
Paul.
got them sponsors and stuff though.
Paul said would Macy fight Andrade? Yeah, they wanted that fight. They wanted that fight, and they wanted the Lauren Murphy fight around the time Aaron was calling for her. You know.
Hey, for the record, everybody listening, Manon's last name is pronounced Fioro, not Fior. I know they say it on the UFC commentators. They say Fior. It is pronounced officially Fioro. Two
Yeah, I've
syllables.
heard it on a few of those French interviews and stuff.
Yeah, man. I just because I don't know why the commentators keep saying it like that, man, and confusing people. Because
Well, what the commentators said when they first brought up the Fior, the commentators said that they talked to her team, and her team is the ones that told them that it's pronounced Fior. That's what they said.
nah,
I remember them saying that.
it's
I
the
know what.
French accent.
So I know. Look, I speak French, so I know how it should be pronounced.
Oh, okay.
They're giving us the American pronunciation,
Yeah.
apparently, huh?
No.
Oh man.
What they, I promise you, what they literally said. I can't remember which fight it was, but what they literally said was that they talked to the team and they got the correct pronunciation, and based on what their team told them, it's pronounced Fior. That's
Fior.
now. Are they messing it up? It could be, but that's what they said. That's what they
Because
said.
I heard. Here's the thing, though. I searched for the interview, and it was an interview that Manon did, and then it was like I think it was John Anik and one other person, and they played the clip of the interview, and then Manon was like, "My name is Manon Fiorot," and then like, and then somehow they interpreted it as, I don't know how you could not say that that's Fior, and like that's what stuck. I don't remember what interview it was, but
Okay.
yeah, it's definitely 2 syllables because like the T is silent, but the O isn't, and when you pronounce it with the French accent, it's like you roll your tongue kind of funny. It's like fiolo. It's kind of it's hard to do it, but
Yeah, I never say the
Speedo.
T. I always end it with the O because it is silent, right?
Yeah.
yeah.
The
Yeah,
accent is on the O.
Fior. Like I never say the
It's
T.
your row.
Actually,
That's
I
the
thought it
easy.
was
Yeah.
I thought you pronounced it the
No,
next
Fior.
champion.
yeah.
Oh.
You know how to do
Manon
that.
next champion.
I had to get it
You know what? I
started.
had it wrong, bro. Dang.
Not yet,
You know how
I
to
thought
Combo.
I was
do
pronouncing
that.
Fior correct.
So
Or Fioro, man.
so it's
It's next
pronounced
champion.
Fior.
It's Speedo.
So it's pronounced
Manon
Fior.
got Valentina and Natalia problems, in my opinion, though.
Yeah,
You know, I had to say that because you know it's gonna ruffle James and BJ up. You know, all them gonna get mad. So yeah, I thought it was spelled CHAMP. Seriously, but whatever.
You're a little ahead of yourself, Combo.
But I believe Manon Fioro will be a champion at some point if Natalia Silva retires.
It's the time
This-
to retire.
Oh wow.
So 2B, what you're saying is you don't think Manon is gonna beat Valentina?
Nah, in reality, what I'm putting out there is that what Manon is to Combo, Silva is to me.
Okay,
Pretty
gotcha.
much. And I'm just messing with you.
Hey, I'm just saying. I mean, we already looking at the person who's number one here, so it took some work to get there. I'm just saying. So
Nah, man, but yeah, Manon is a beast. I'm stoked to see that Valentina fight, man. I want to see it badly to just assess it, see how it goes, and all of that.
Yeah. It's gonna be interesting because I think Manon is gonna use her reach when it comes to Valentina. It's gonna be interesting to see how she tries to time Valentina because Valentina is gonna be pretty much doing basically the same thing as trying to time her because Valentina is a counter. It's gonna be interesting to see who's gonna try to get off first.
yeah, and
Because I see both of them kind of just laying back and, you know what I'm saying, playing the game for a little bit.
yeah, and I'm interested to see like what combinations have like Valentina's been working on. Like I know she threw in a couple of new little right hooks and flurries in the Grasso rematch, but like sometimes she will stick with that basic 1-2, you know, a little off. I never really see her throw anything too. Everything that Valentina throws is pretty accurate and precise. She makes it count, but after a while, you start to say, "Oh, I know what combinations she's going to throw, or you know what sequence she throws." You know, like either she throws that 1-2 and ends with a quick little leg kick, or she'll sometimes start around with that real quick peck to the leg. You know, just starting to find her opponent's range. Paul said, "Did you see the new Aaron and Rose poster on tap?" No, I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Nice. That means hopefully their main event.
Yeah, Combo.
I think Marino's the main event. I think they stick it with Brandon Marino as the main event. Yeah.
Who's
I
Moreno
think Six trolling you, Combo.
Six said Whaley fighting for that belt before
he trolling you.
If that happens, you getting blocked. No, I'm just playing. No.
He might be right though. He might be right.
No, he's not right. He is not right.
I honestly think Whaley.
How many more fights do Manon got to freaking win? We need that fight out the way. We need to get that fight booked, signed, and sealed and delivered. All that.
I honestly think Whaley and Barber might fight. And don't be surprised that
Whaley and Barber.
Yeah, like Whaley ain't doing nothing for 115 right now. So I'm just saying, like,
it makes no sense for Whaley to fight anybody at 125 if it's not for the belt.
Yeah,
no sense. Because sell that fight to me. Sell that fight.
She wins.
You already know her.
What happens to 115, and then if she loses, she just eats a L and loses momentum that way.
Yeah,
like, that's what I'm saying. Sell that fight to me. Sell a fight for Whaley at 125 that's not for the belt. So if they're announcing the fight for Wei Lee, and it's not Tatiana, and it's not Verna, that means it's not at 115.
Yeah, I
We
think
just need to avoid putting that energy out there, man.
Yeah,
we do
let's
not
avoid
like.
that.
No way, Lee fighting Manone. Man, Manone is 7-0 at flyweight, the longest women's fight streak in WMMA right now in terms of UFC. How is she not fighting the title next? That's
yeah.
blasphemy.
Wei Lee,
And you know how I feel about Natalia Silva. I will
Lee
first hand tell you, Manone needs to fight for that freaking belt next. Above, I don't care who it is. I don't care if Nunes came back and tried to cut to 125. She doesn't get that fight. Nobody gets that fight before Manone.
Right.
Period.
No.
The only way Wei Lee would have ever fought at 125 is if Grasso had beat Valentina, because that's the fight Grasso was calling for.
Yeah, they probably would have did something wild like that, man. If Grasso would have whooped Valentina or something pretty bad, or just got that belt again, defended it, because her and Wei Lee, they kept on going back and forth about that, acknowledging that.
They was already trying to set that up.
And that's where Manone did jump in, though. Manone did say, like, Wei Lee, you need to go back where she was like, you need to stay in your division. She did acknowledge that. So,
but wait a minute, Wei Lee doesn't call out fighters. Oh, what? I'm sorry, what am I missing? Anyway, but listen, to all of y'all who's saying that, I 100% agree that it would be some bullcrap if UFC did this to Manone. It would be some bullcrap. But I'm gonna ask the panel and the chat. If Dana White just said we're gonna find out something about Wei Lee's next fight soon, there's gonna be a fight announcement soon for Wei Lee. Please tell me, who does Wei Lee fight? Who's Wei Lee fighting? That makes any sense. That, like, if you give me an answer, it gotta make sense, and you gotta be able to sell that fight. Go.
When has UFC ever made sense?
I've been telling y'all that for a year now, Combo. But go ahead, go. Who is Wei Lee fighting? Sell that fight to me.
I tell you, Barbara would accept that fight. She would accept it. Like, if they did try to do something crazy,
sell it for me, Combo. Sell that fight. Why does that fight make sense?
It would make sense because they would see it as an opportunity to get Wei Lee into the division, similar as how Grasso. But unlike climbing the ladder like Grasso had to do, we're gonna go ahead and give her a number 4 spot by fighting somebody we consider a little easy for her. But at the same time, Barber is fighting somebody that's a former champ, but at the same time, it's a little less risk than her fighting Aaron or Rose, or even fighting Manone at this point.
Because Wei Lee would be very undersized.
Yeah.
But Combo, we got a title, we have a 115 title eliminator fight coming up.
Yeah.
What sense does it make for Wei Lee to take a 125 fight? It's not for the belt.
But like I said, this is just crazy. That's why I'm not really going to an argument about this, because I could see it happen. But the thing is, Manone is not waiting anymore. She already got the fight kit. She went on weight. She did everything she had to do to prepare for that shot. So Manone is pretty much a lock-in for the shot. But right now, where Wei Lee stands is we don't really know where she's at. Right? We really don't know what's going on. But if it is a move up to 125, I don't see them giving her Valentina right now, because ain't nobody gonna stand for that. Ain't nobody gonna stand for that, right?
Hey, Combo, I don't mean to cut you off, but remember that time when Sean O'Malley beat Aljo and Marab was in the cage and he stole Sean's jacket? I mean, remember that time?
Was he 7-0 though, like Manone was? I can't remember.
I think you should check his record.
And
I mean, he's a clear number 1 contender, and who they get that fight to? Cheeto Vera, right? So again, and here's the thing, Combo. It may sound like I'm disagreeing with you. No, I'm agreeing with you. That would be some foolishness. Yeah. But we know the UFC is capable of some foolishness.
And
that's what I'm saying. This is foolish. What I'm saying is very foolish. That's why I could see it happen. Like, I just see like a little of this crazy logic that they do where they'll make it look like this is something that could happen. And in order to make it look good, they're going to say, let's let Wei Lee. let's let Weili fight for a top 5 spot to make it
Right.
at least look enticing instead of giving her the shot to piss people off. Because if you
Yeah.
just gave her the shot, it would piss Manon off, it would piss everybody off, and it wouldn't do numbers. But have her at least beat one. Why do you think they let Rose at least fight Manon? Like, because they
Right.
thought Rose was going to beat Manon, and then she would have got that title shot. So it's going to be at least one fight. Weili
Yeah.
is going to have to fight at least one
No,
fight.
no.
I don't think
Since when they make a champion, a reigning champion, who
Well, first of all,
goes to a different division to get a super fight. Since when they make them fight a contender, a title eliminator fight? They don't. That's why they call it super fights.
this ain't even no super fight. Like
That's
I
not a
said,
super
like
fight in my
It's a
opinion.
champ fight.
but it's not even a good one. It's not even a good one. It has to look interesting because again,
Right.
like Weili, look how many times she got knocked down in her last fight. That don't look good. Going
Right.
jumping in there, Valentina, that's not a good look. Like you got to do something at least competitive one time. That's what I'm saying. They're going to at least make her do something one time. I think they should. But
Because, and the thing about Weili too, since this double champ thing has, you know what I'm saying, become a thing, Weili don't have nothing to lose there. She can go to 125 and lose, and go right back to 115 and defend her belt,
Yeah,
just like Volkanovski did.
but all right. So here's the thing. All right. So they say they give. Let's go ahead and take this thing all the way to fruition. Say Weili fights a number one contender fight at 125, right? Say she wins that fight. Now she takes a fight at 115 and then goes back to 125 for the title shot, even though presumably the 125 division moves along. Like,
I
no,
mean,
like if you're gonna make that fight, if you're gonna make Weili, if you're gonna put Weili in 125 with the hopes of getting a title shot and the champ fight, which is a super fight, then the time is now. The time is now. Like nothing else makes sense. Nothing else makes any sense.
yeah, Weili Valentina right now don't make sense.
Sure it does.
they would
I
have
Sure
to.
mean,
it
we
does.
They would
just
have to.
Sure it does.
I
From a
just
business
think,
standpoint,
Man,
I don't
They-
know.
Weili need to
I'll say
stay
this,
put.
but it really does not make sense right
They
now
would. Hey,
because
listen. They would have to
Uh,
put that. They would have to put that event in China, man, because Valentina ain't selling no tickets.
exactly. That's the only way it's gonna be big because outside of that, it don't make sense because Weili didn't look like a dominant fighter in her last fight. Yes, she won those rounds against Jan, but look how many times she got dropped. Like, I don't see Weili in a position where she's just like cleaning out this division. Like, it just don't look like it right now, you know?
Hey,
So
y'all. So let me ask y'all this: what's the biggest fight for Weili numbers wise right now? If you can make a fight for Weili, what's the biggest fight numbers wise? It's only two of them. I got my
Shoot.
answer.
Numbers wise, China.
Numbers
anybody
wise,
in China.
storyline wise.
Anybody in China.
Numbers wise, storyline. So for me, storyline and numbers kind of go hand in hand. But what's the biggest fight you can make for Weili right now, in your opinion? My opinion,
China.
not necessarily where, but who.
Numbers wise, either Rose Namajunas or what's the other person I was thinking of?
So again,
Or Tatiana Suarez. One of those two.
Yeah.
See, that's why I'm
Weili
very clear.
basically
I
gonna
want to
have
be very specific about my words. The fight that you can make right now. Well, not now, but like before they announced this title eliminator fight with everybody on the table not having to fight. The biggest fight you can make was Tatiana Suarez. To me, that's the biggest fight you can make. Even now, when you have the potential to make the super fight, I still think interest-wise, the biggest fight is still Tatiana Suarez, but they didn't do that. They passed on that opportunity because they could have easily. I mean, that fight sells itself. You don't have to explain nothing to nobody. You don't have to explain nothing to nobody.
I just think though that, man, What they need to do with Wei Lee is either have her fight someone else at 115, which I don't know who, or they need to have her continue doing what she's been doing, which is wait for her next opponent, which should be Suarez versus Verna winner. That's what Wei Lee need to be doing. Wei Lee don't need to be at no 125. 125 is the very definite, like it is absolutely on deadlock. Put a deadbolt on it. We got like 3-4 people in the line,
right?
That most of which would beat Wei Lee anyway.
Yeah.
So it's like Wei Lee is not. She's welcome, but she is not needed in no sense of the word at all.
No.
Yeah.
Welcome in the future, and I mean like far future.
And Wei Lee,
like we're talking 2+ years.
And Wei Lee doesn't have a problem fighting anybody. It's how the UFC schedules her. It's basically a scheduling thing with Wei Lee.
Yeah, because of the last couple of ways they scheduled other opponents in the top 5 is how it kind of thrown off her title defenses, you know.
Yeah.
But so again, if we go back, like if it was just, you know, rumors on the internet, okay. But Dana White, sorry about that. Benny going. But Dana White says there's gonna be fight news about Wei Lee soon, right? Fight news.
Yeah.
So again, I go back to my original. Who's she fighting? Make it make sense, and then sell that fight. Sell that fight.
Great question.
Sell that fight because
hey, Combo, you got the top. You got the strawweight rankings up.
I do. I had somebody else. All you got now in the rankings is Suarez, Jan, Verna, Andrade, and Lemos, top 5.
And she has already either beat all of those people or they're locked up,
right,
in a fight.
And as you go down,
wait a minute, who was Suarez supposed to fight?
Verna. She's fighting Verna.
Okay. What if something happened with that fight, and now they're gonna put either Suarez or Verna in there?
No, but
what's
that's
the Tapology say?
That's the
thing. Does it still say the fight with Verna and Suarez is still on?
Yeah, it's still on. Yeah,
that's the thing. Easy. They made the Suarez Jandiroba fight. They made that fight recently.
Yeah.
Right. They made that fight recently, and then shortly after they made that fight is when Dana said that there's going to be a fight news surrounding Wei Lee soon. So that's what I'm thinking.
So do you think she's going to have a fight at 125?
Let me say this real quick. Hold on real quick. Let me say this though. If you don't buy the Barber fight, okay, I would think if it ain't Valentina, they might still do Wei Lee Grasso.
What? They gonna reward Grasso for losing, huh?
They might, because you know Dana's logic would be something crazy like, you know, Grasso is still more popular than Valentina or something like that.
I mean,
I think
who's 6 through 10?
They can do it.
Because you got China on one side and you got Mexico on the other side. So
yeah, because we talking money again, right?
Yeah.
So we talking money. Hey,
you can do it.
Well, that would also make sense from a business standpoint.
You can do it.
We'll just have to see.
You can do it.
6 through 10 though? Like, is anyone 6 through 10 that someone she could fight?
No, nobody's worthy. I mean, all right. As of right now, you got Marina at number 6. Dern and Ebas are locked up, and they're 7 and 8. Number 9 is Ricci, who's fighting Jan. Number 10 is Lupi, who is number 10 right now. So.
Oh, you didn't have nothing good to say about Lupi, huh?
Dang, man.
She's
top 10.
Wei Lee literally has no one at strawweight to fight. That's crazy.
Listen, that is precisely why the Tatiana fight made sense. Tatiana, in many people's mind, is already the uncrowned champion.
Yeah.
No matter who has worn that belt, there's a certain subset of the population, BJ included, that has always seen, no matter what happened, has always seen Tatiana as the uncrowned queen. Everybody else holding that belt until Tatiana comes back. That's it. Yourself and I've heard similar sentiments from you, Combo. You know what? She's at what if, right? So for me, like that fight sells itself. Like you could do the Grasso fight, but Grasso just lost again. Sell that fight to me. Why is that a good fight to make when you could have made Tatiana versus Weili?
I think they're gonna have Weili waited out. Maybe there was an injury we didn't know about or something.
That too.
But that's a common theme. Like Weili is not fighting like no more than like once every 7 to 9 months. So unfortunately. So I think and I hope what is gonna happen is Weili's gonna wait and fight the winner of the number 1 contender fight. Manon's gonna have her fight with Valentina. And then Pena's gonna fight Kayla whenever that fight goes on. That's the only thing that should be happening in the title pictures with the champions. Yeah. Anything else to me is blasphemy.
So get ready.
Yeah, when did Dana say he had this fight news for Weili though? I gotta.
Yeah, when was that interview?
It was in the post fight after one of the Contender Series fights.
Okay.
So maybe 1 or 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, whatever the craziness is, I'm bracing myself for it.
Brace yourself.
We'll put that energy out there, man.
Again,
Manon is next. Anything else is ridiculous.
I agree with all of y'all. Like, Weili should not be getting no title shot at 125 over Manon.
Well, she shouldn't be fighting anybody at 125. That's my point. Like, really, she shouldn't be fighting nobody at 120. She need to just stay at 115. It's hold it down there. She really don't need 125. 125 don't need her right now.
Well, she wants to be a double champ, and she don't have much time.
Yeah, I mean, we want a lot of things in life, but you know.
Yeah, this is what Weili wants, and we've seen Weili privilege in the past.
Yeah.
How many fights did Volk have before he moved up? Do y'all know?
I can't remember.
Well, 3 of them was against Max.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So 2 defenses. He won it from Max, right? That's 2 defenses against Max, and then wasn't it? Oh, what's it called? What's his name? Brian Ortega.
Yeah, he defended against Ortega.
So and then the zombie, right?
Yeah, the zombie. Yep.
But that was after he went up, wasn't it?
Oh, it was after?
I think so.
Okay. Only reason I bring it up because like he's like the last champ that tried double champ, right?
Yeah, he was.
Him and Izzy.
Yeah, him and Izzy. Izzy tried it before. I think Izzy tried it before he did with light heavyweight, and then Volk tried it. So yeah.
Then we got people. It was basically 4-ish plus defenses, and then on top of that, a winning streak prior to that, right?
Yeah.
So it's like Weili is only on her 2nd title defense. I mean, I just.
Hear me out on this one. Weili has already beaten the top 5. Everybody in the top 5 she's beaten except for Tatiana and Verna. And now they're making Verna and Tatiana fight. That's what I'm saying. Like they could have, like, Verna, like they didn't have to give Verna the Lemos fight. That fight should have been given to Tatiana because it was already scheduled. Yeah. So why they schedule Verna and Lemos, I do not know. In fact, when they scheduled that fight, that's when I thought for sure Tatiana was going to get the title shot next, because that made sense. Okay, you're lining up now your next line of title contenders, so we're going to get Tatiana that fight, right? But then Verna wins, and a week later they announced Tatiana versus Verna. Like, what? You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's the UFC screwing up the division. It's the UFC screwing up that lineage. I mean, that lineal set of contenders. It's the UFC screwing it up. Why are they screwing it up? to free Whaley up. To free Whaley up for what? Maybe that super fight, champ fight. That's how I see it, because like nothing else can you sell me.
Yeah.
There's
It's
nothing else I'm
possible.
interested
I
in.
mean, I don't put anything out the door with the UFC. That's the thing. Like, I understand. Like, this ain't something I'm thinking that's crazy. I'm just saying, like, logically speaking, I'm a man of logic sometimes, so my brain takes a while to just accept things. But I know what they could do here. Like, I know they could do something stupid like Whaley Valentina, but you would lose to me. You would lose your hardcore fan base by doing something stupid like that.
I
That's how
agree.
see it. So yeah, it could happen because I'm comparing champs in my head now. Like Joanna, they let Joanna fight a lot. Like when she was champ, she was active. They were letting her get it, but they tend to move Whaley a little differently because they see her as the crown jewel right now. I do see that. So they want to say, all right, we can't put her in too many risky fights this year. We can't have her fighting 4 or 5 times a year, because there's money to be made off of her. We put her in there too fast, she could get knocked out, right?
Well, I'll say this: if they say they've booked an event in China, that means Whaley and Valentina are going to fight.
Stamina MC put it best.
Man. You gotta
Ultimate Fighting
Hold
Circuit.
on, y'all got 6 in the building. I
yo,
gotta I gotta get some water real quick. Hold on, man.
Let me break it down to y'all, man.
I gotta go to
Hey,
the
Six,
bathroom.
hold
I've been
on,
sitting here too long.
Six.
I gotta make a
Six.
bathroom.
Y'all don't want to give this Chinese lady a shot but look at what happened with Islam getting caught. Like Islam didn't even want the title shot, but because of the power of Khabib calling out Islam for a pound for pound fight, everyone's okay with it. But this Chinese girl come out here, been they've been trying to put her before she even won the belt to fight Valentina. They're trying to compare it to fighting Valentina before she even won the belt, before even Grasso spoiled Valentina's plans, even into having a super fight. And now that the opportunity presents itself to be able to have another woman super fight, y'all gonna deny this girl for even having to. That's like an elevating of the women's sport. Like none of these girls ever have star power to put. Like look at Pena when she preached her fighting this year. I mean, before with Rocky, her main objective was just to get more eyes on the sport. Like if you look at the people that are winning in this sport, are the people that are looking into generating more eyes to the sport. So if this could generate more eyes to the sport, why wouldn't you let it happen? It doesn't help. It doesn't hurt either one of them. It's a good money opportunity. It's a good exhibition to the sport. There's nothing wrong with this to even happen. That's why I don't understand how people are down this.
My thing is I don't ever recall Whaley and Valentina even being discussed or even a thing.
What are you talking about? There's been interviews with Ariel Helwani where they're trying to insist on her, like, are you going to fight? Like, she's like, if it ever happens, it's going to be a good fight. Like, people wanted to push that narrative that Whaley should be fighting Valentina, but
no,
Ariel, they asked her. No, but I'm saying
Helwani wanted to push that narrative.
No. But even the other people, they were trying to put Whaley into the category of fighting. Like, they wanted to see Whaley if she was scared of Valentina fight. You know what I'm saying? Like Whaley never called her out. Never wanted to, but even because of where she was at the beginning before she lost to Rose, they're like, oh, so what about Valentina? What about we've been eyeing her, but it'll be a good fight. I don't know if I'll come up with the belt. So now that opens it was Grasso that ruined that whole thing for this whole super fight to happen.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason why Whaley called out Grasso, because she wants to fight for the belt. But because it didn't turn out the way it is, Valentina is the only open option right now for that to even happen. It's big business. It's big money. No one want to fight all their whole life, you know what I'm saying, without missing these opportunities when it presents itself. Like no one. Even it doesn't matter if it's about money or not.
I really don't recall that narrative being pushed.
It was being pushed. It was
prior
before Rose
for the UFC. So
it was prior before the Rose, because they were trying to hype up Whaley as she was the hype shit. Like, and then that's when Valentina called her, oh, the Chinese girl. She's not at my level. Those are the interviews that was going on. They were trying to compare that Whaley would be Valentina's next threat, but Whaley never pushed that narrative. It was the people. It was the Western media that was pushing that narrative that Whaley wanted to instigate with Valentina. But in reality, it's like everyone had their eye on Valentina because she was on top of the game of 150 when it came to people coming from 115, 125. Like overseas, they all wanted Valentina. Valentina has been on the top, like she's number one.
But Six, there's nuance, bro. There's nuance let me break it down. Let's go back in time. So first thing, so Six is right. There was a narrative being pushed. Like there was, people saying that. However, I will say it was not the people. It was a couple of, media sources or whatever. Like
Media
just
sources,
trying to
media
right.
sources,
But
media
it was
sources.
not the people because all the people were saying Whaley hasn't done anything yet.
Yeah,
She barely had.
But they try to corner her. The media people are trying to corner her to be like, "Are you scared?" You know
So
what I'm
that's
saying?
one
Like
nuance. The other nuance is that 125 as a division was still in its. It was kind of weak. We didn't have all these killers that were coming up in the ranks, right? So that's why there was even the room for that because as far as
I'm just saying the opportunity
elite
presented
fighters
itself at the right time right now.
They had already kind of beat the elite fighters, and so nobody at the time knew who was next, and even if whoever was next wasn't that interesting. So there's nuance to it, but
But I'm just saying
there's a balance though.
the opportunity presents itself right now. All right. When it comes to big money talk, big business, whatever you want to put it, they're both at a time of their career where it could happen now. It's like when Manny Pacquiao and Mayweather, it happened. It could have happened a long time ago, but shit got in the way, so it happened later on. It's still money. They don't want to let this opportunity miss again. You know what I'm saying? So being a business, a strategist, being a manager, and be like, this is the best time to do it. We don't know how long we're going to be in the sport. You know what I'm saying? Take advantage before things change. If Valentina fights Firo and she loses the belt, you think really want to rush into the ring to fight Firo? You think she want to do that right away? No.
Hey, yo,
the best.
I got one great example for you right here. John Jones versus Stipe Miocic.
Yeah.
Dana, even though the big money fight, right, would be, for example, Jones versus Ryan because of the factor of the wrestling, or Jones versus the monster Alex Pereira.
Yeah.
Even though he prefers those big money fights, he has to, even in his own words, I gotta give Miocic and Jones their opportunity to fight each other because I know that that's what they want to do. We got to do that
It's
fight,
not.
and then after
John
that,
Jones is the one that's making those decisions. John Jones's team is knowing, like they remember this is a show. This is a show. This is like in the best interest when these fighters are coming to the end of their career. It's to the best interest of them. They've reached to their point where they can call and they make all these smoke and mirrors with Dana White in them to make you think a different thing. But in reality, you don't think these people don't have control of their career and they don't have good cop, bad cop playing in the background when it comes to this whole entire show being made up? Like, come on now. Like, they're making smart decisions where it's just like they don't want to jeopardize. It's just like you're coming to an end of your career. Like you don't think that they're not going to make the best fight to the fighter's best interest. I'm just talking about with Whaley. She came up. That's why they came into talks after the Dana White Contender Series, just to see what kind of opportunities can they present themselves now. And they're like, look, that super fight is available. We'll take the super fight over. Who else will make more money generating the super fight at this time where Whaley can be making a better opportunity and building her brand if it comes down to it? She's, you know what I'm saying? She has no other moves besides fighting, losing that opportunity. She has a big chance of losing that opportunity by losing the belt to Tatiana or whoever wins the gender and not having that opportunity ever present themselves again. So I'm just talking about time is of the essence for both these fighters. You know what I'm saying? So I would jump at that opportunity, and it's up to the fighter to tell Dana, like, are you willing to take that? And Dana even said, even when that interview came up, when they asked Dana about it, he said Whaley's not ready to go up there yet. He even said it himself. But if Whaley presents himself now and puts that on the bargain now, Whaley, she will get that opportunity. And I don't blame the UFC for giving her, because they primed Whaley to get to this point of stardom that she is right now. So now, whether she wants to go with it now, and if Dana agrees with it, it's going to happen, whether you like it or not. That's what I'm trying to say. I never come in the way of something like this, where especially when it can elevate the sport, when it comes to eyes on the division, eyes on the sport. No other fighter.
This ain't about no eyes on the sport. This ain't about elevating the sport. This is about an opportunity. You're 100% right. Like, the UFC finds themselves in the moment where they have the opportunity to make this fight happen, right?
Yeah.
They don't know how it's going to sell. Nobody knows how it's going to sell, right? We don't know. But it's the opportunity for a big fight, a champ fight, right? It's the opportunity. And both of them in their next fight, if you look at who's in the contenders, this is why they made Tatiana versus Vina. This is why they made Vina versus Lemos, because Tatiana is everybody knows she's the uncrowned champion, right? Whether she's gonna beat Whitley or not, I don't know. But like in many people's mind, like the point is there's a huge risk that Whitley loses that fight. There's a big risk that Valentina loses this fight against Manon. So the moment is now.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing though that y'all gotta remember though.
The moment. Because
at the same time,
lose, the moment is gone.
At the same time, this being a great moment for a super fight, y'all got to remember that there's a pecking order. At the end of the day, that's why Kayla Harrison didn't come in immediately, even though she's got eyes on her, and just immediately get thrown into a title fight because there's a pecking order.
But that's Ali Baziz is the one that's working. I'm telling you, the management is crazy nowadays. This is sports entertainment now. Some of this shit don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? But if you have the right management to make you say, look, I can promise you this certain amount of things, and then we can make this move so that I can guarantee my fighter can do this. So they sell the fighter. They're selling the fighter to these promoters. You know what I'm saying? Like, it works that way. Like, if you don't have the good management, that's the reason why your brand is the way it is. You know what I'm saying? It's a new wave of fighters right now. The management is the one that makes these deals for them. You know what I'm saying? It's like when you present yourself, think of yourself as managing a fighter in the UFC, and you know it's like a pit where you gotta try to get your fighters the best opportunities. You understand? That's how the sport really is. It's not like it's not like this ranking is going to guarantee you this fight here. Yeah. No, if you don't have the right management, look at Tatiana. Why do you think she jumped ship from her management to go to Ali Baziz? Because look what she's doing to Kayla. Look what she's doing for Kayla. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the game right now. It's not fair. It's not science. It's who do you got selling you to this promoter so they can put you on the card, so they can base a card and invest in you. You know what I'm saying? Like
from a business standpoint, I don't see where a fight with Weili and Valentina makes any sense. It made sense with Grasso and Weili because Grasso has Mexico behind her and Weili has China behind her. That's a lot of money. Valentina
is a figure. She's a figure in UFC.
Does not sell like that.
Valentina is a world figure.
On paper, this is not an interesting
elite
fight.
figure in the world today. Grasso is not an elite figure in the world. She was a hype that happened. You know
but it doesn't matter. She's Mexican.
Valentina is a high standard compared to all the other fighters out there. It was Grasso that ruined that. Grasso's stock only grew after that win. After that win with Valentina is the only time her stock grew. She lost everything after that. She lost everything after that. And look what happened to Kamaru when he lost to fucking Leon Edwards. Like his whole fucking thing, like that broke Alibaziz's heart, bro.
No, that Mexican fan base is big. Though.
Yeah, but they already got it planted already. They already had the PI already there. They're trying to work China now. They're trying to work on China. They got the UFC. They got Noche now. They made that big presentation of Riyadh season. And UFC was to promote to make the Mexican presentation of their it's like presenting what you can do for the sport on a platter, on a silver platter, and that's why Dana White and Riyadh season put that together that way.
A6, I'm gonna help you out. A6, I'm gonna help you out. To your point, Eazy-E. To your point, listen. With Valentina, you're right. Valentina is not selling fights, right? But if you got an opportunity, if you're UFC, and you can sell a fight, and one of the fighters you gotta sell is Valentina, then it matters who you put in there as a dance partner, who can bring eyes from that side, right? So right now, from the standpoint of draw-wise, there's no way that you're gonna convince me that Manon has a bigger following than Weili. So right now, the bigger fight that you can make from the promotional standpoint is Valentina versus Weili.
But they're not going to do that. You know why they're not going to do that and why they shouldn't do that? Because at the end of the day, when has UFC shown any interest in promoting Valentina? When has that happened?
That's the point.
That's the point. Wei Lee's going to bring it to the table. Wei
That's
Lee's
the
But
point I'm
supposed to
making.
bring it.
but they've
You
had
gotta,
plenty of opportunities
Yeah.
to
No, they
try to do a better job. Where has Valentina sat at
no, it hasn't.
on
two
No,
beats,
it
card?
was never presented. It was
two
never
beats,
presented until later on in their careers after the
two
fact.
beats,
It was
Two
two
being
beats.
promoted.
beats.
What you gotta listen to what I'm saying. Like, no matter what, Valentina is the champion. Whether you promote her or whether you like her or not, or whatever you think her promotional draw in and of itself is, you still got to sell her fights because she is the champion. She's gonna be fighting, right? So you got to get the best out of that fighter or that stock that you can. And right now, the best you can do, if you can choose her dance partner to be Wei Lee versus Manon, then yeah, you choosing Wei Lee because she's
Well,
gonna give you numbers that
I'm
Valentina's
I'm
not.
not I'm not gonna believe it until the UFC says that they have a venue in China ready to go.
Of course,
I'm
everything is
not saying it's
speculative at
going
the end of the
to.
day.
I'm
Everything is
saying
speculative until it's coming until it happens.
yeah,
You know, at the end of
yeah,
the day.
all that right. But I'm just running down
But the thing is,
like
look, I don't really see like
I just don't understand why people
flyweight's
don't
not
make it a
really dry like
possibility though.
bantamweight, so
Why
there's
won't
really
they?
no need to try to rush like a super fight at flyweight, in my
Right.
opinion. So I don't
It's
really
not that
see
it's
them
rushing.
like
It's just
trying to
the
grasp onto
opportunities
a Wei
there.
Lee fight. Yeah.
well, that's the point I was making earlier, Combo. Like right now, if you're gonna do a super fight, this is the moment, right? Because
Oh, because of her age, right? I got you, man. Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
not because of her
Both of
age,
them. Both of
but
them are
because
not even.
you have a champion, right? Like so, you especially now, like you could have made the fight even if Grasso won because she had the trilogy, but right now, Valentina was a longtime champion. She lost to now she's a two-time champion,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And so now you can make a champ fight with Wei Lee because Wei Lee's done, just enough to put herself in worthy of a champ fight,
Yeah.
right? Because now if they wait and Manon beats Valentina, well now Manon, it's a list behind her, and she won't have had a title defense at 125 before Wei Lee fights again. And Wei Lee, if she had fought Tatiana, if they had booked that fight instead of Werner versus Tatiana, then Wei Lee is at a risk of losing, right?
But you
So
know
now,
what?
if either one of them lose, if Valentina loses or Wei Lee loses their next title defense in their own division, then now that champ fight is gone. That opportunity is gone.
Hey,
But you know what?
Brian.
But
Like
see
I was
this
saying earlier,
this
I really don't see the one as like, to me, if the opportunity passed by, oh, so be it, because it's not like this is Ronda. You know what I mean? Like they could keep the division going and be fine, in my opinion. You
yeah.
know?
Because
And
you're
we
a
got to
hardcore.
remember too,
That's because
this
you're a
is women
hardcore.
that we're dealing with, and in my personal
Right.
opinion, the UFC is a lot less motivated to be doing all of these chess moves with
Right.
women as opposed to
Exactly.
But there
men.
are a few,
If we
but
were
there are a
talking
few
about the
women that can
men,
carry the sports name. But I'm just saying, yeah, the women in sports in general because it doesn't have that many stars. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't have that many people that. But in the like if for the women to have like certain ones that can carry the sport, it only makes sense for them to actually collaborate their names in some type of show. You know what I'm
And
saying?
then
Because
it kind of goes
you know,
back to what me and Combo was talking about. If the UFC is gonna pull a stupid move like that, Valentina made it easier because she didn't even call nobody out after she won.
yeah, exactly.
Cha-ching!
She kept exactly. That's
Light
the
bulb
reason why she
moment.
didn't. I never really
Yeah.
stood behind her calling out somebody because at the end of the day, the UFCs are the promoters, so you don't have to be in charge of who you call out or whatever. It's like who they present to you, who they think. So for them not to say anything, you don't think they had other
Now,
opportunities if this
I will
happened for
say,
her?
wait, hold on, Six. I will say this now. If you make it known who you want, they will give you a fight.
Yeah.
They will do
It
that.
depends
Like
on who you
if
are.
you if
Depends
you
on
Izzy's
who
a
you
great
quiet,
are. Depends
example
on
of
who
look,
you
if
that.
you
are.
quiet, they ain't
Depends
gonna
on who
give it
you
to you.
are.
But if you make it known now, if you say I want someone, Mick Maynard will make an effort to get you that person.
They never make fights at the day of the day after the day of the fights. You know, and they'll
He
even
just
say
says
that
that
out
to
themselves.
the media. Yes, they do.
No, they don't. They will always tell you. They never. Dana White says that all the time. They have it planned, but they quarter it at the end. They don't
it's
make
what
fights
he's
the name. No,
it's
but I'm
what
just
he's
saying, like
supposed to say. But
they
like
still have they
when
still
these
have
events
matchmakers to
happen,
say whether it's right to happen or not. So they still go behind
they're
closed
really
doors. But if
they
it's
really
gonna
are
happen, they've
picking
already staged it,
fight.
already planning. It's already being in talks already. That's where you'll see these things being staged up with when you saw where you saw Sean O'Malley will go in the ring with. That's already like they were already planning. Either one of them is gonna go in there to fight this guy. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I'm telling you they kept their opportunities open because they kept no her from calling anyone at the end of the day or even staging her to even come in the ring because of the fact that they want to see other opportunities that can be presented,
Hey,
and
listen,
that's why it
I'm
was
gonna
a smart move.
I'm gonna break it down to y'all real quick and make it real easy for y'all. And this is to look combo, two B's, Easy E, myself. I include in this. You all have to remember, we're hardcores. We're hardcore fans. We're hardcores. We're
Of
about.
course. I'll tell you
We
that.
don't
Hold
care.
on. I'm
We
doing something right
don't
now,
care.
but I already know what you're going to say, Brian, because look, as a hardcore, we're going to make the logical argument.
We
Yeah.
don't care about
Yeah.
the
I
money.
already know the possibility, man. I
You know
got
what I
to
mean?
say
We
that
don't
real
care
quick
about
because
the
I'm
money.
doing something. Hold on. I know the logic behind it, but we jumping out of the box. Money talks.
Yeah.
That's what it all comes down to. I know money talks.
We don't care nothing about that. Like this is like the super fight. As much as as much as I'm
Everyone,
like giving the playing devil's advocate for it, I'm not. I'm against it. I'm not
Yeah.
for it.
yeah.
I'm
Of
not for
course.
it.
Of
I
course.
really don't see where it makes a lot of money either though.
So
That's where you get
that,
pay-per-view points. You get pay-per-view points when you start to become star. So what you sell, that's what people fight for now is pay-per-view points. As I'm saying, so whatever the card sells, why do you think that's the big thing now? It's not about what they bring in. It's like who the whole card brings in.
When has
That's
Valentina
where.
ever headlined a pay-per-view though?
No, but I'm just saying they just got to put a top fighter. They got to put a main event, and they still get if they even are the undercard, the main event is what's going to be selling the event. So they don't even have to be the main event to be selling. You just want to get points for bringing in the crowd. Being part of that card. That's it. That's what it comes down to. You don't have to be a big draw. You just got to build a nice card that brings in a draw.
I don't want to see
That's what you don't
neither of those.
understand.
but for us hardcores, the
So
fights
it's
that
gonna be
we
a
want
co-main
to see.
event then, right? Again.
It is going to be a co-main event because there's no other women that's going to be drawing in that amount of money unless you put a big main event card. The women's sport isn't at that point where they can hold weight on a whole card based on them being the pay-per-view event. There's no woman that holds that weight right now. So
Listen,
that's another thing that they're trying to break where they can actually host women,
listen,
holding a main event pay-per-view card.
listen.
And don't
Here's the thing. Like for us hardcores, the most interesting fights, the fights that we want to see, is Valentina and Manon and Whaley versus Tatiana. Those are the fights that we want to see. That's what we want, right? But in terms of selling pay-per-views, like
Whaley Valentine. Yeah.
Whaley Valentina, that's like
Of course,
if
yeah.
you're
The big wigs want
um,
Yeah.
the big wigs see dollar signs in
yeah.
these fights.
yeah,
Yeah, we got that point. That's what you're
Amanda is
saying.
gone. Amanda is gone. If you're gonna get
They need
if you're gonna
somebody.
get
Yeah.
women headlining a pay-per-view card, the only chance you got is right now, or maybe not Valentina, Juliana and Kayla. Maybe.
Oh, yeah. Maybe, yeah.
Right.
You know?
No, I don't think any of us don't understand what's going on, what's being said
Right.
here. Like we know what you mean. Like we know money talks, but we're saying like the reasoning behind why the division needs to keep moving where it is because these are the logical fights. But we all know money talks and what can happen. I mean, I've been dealing with this for boxing for years,
Mm-hmm.
But we're gonna look across the board as just hardcore fans say, okay, let's over here, we're gonna make it make sense.
Yeah.
Right? That's how
Yeah.
we approaching it. Like Whaley stay in a place. That's how I see it. But if this fight gets made, I'm not gonna make a video arguing about it. I know why. You know why? Because money talks. That's it. Wait, hang on
But
real
I'm just
quick.
saying,
Paul said,
why would it be
oh,
wrong though?
hold on
You
real
understand
quick.
what I'm saying?
Paul
Yeah,
said,
yeah.
would you rather see Valentina versus Whaley or Valentina versus Pena too? I'd rather see Valentina Pena too.
Same.
I think
Oh,
I think I
wow.
would rather see Whaley Valentina personally.
I ain't trying to see
Yeah.
Whaley get lit up like that, man. I'd rather see Valentina Pena too, or Valentina moves up in weight and runs at it again in 135. Whaley
Yeah.
gonna get lit up there, man. Like that
Yeah.
Yon fight didn't do her no good, man.
I just think Whaley's up for the challenge. She don't care if she win or lose. It's a win-win situation for her to even go off. You know what I'm saying?
Of course it is.
Yeah, that's why. That's the only reason why she has more to gain from it than anything. So that's why it's an opportunity. And if Valentina goes for it, because she knows that it's not, she doesn't know what she's getting into. It's just a win-win situation for both of them because she wins a household name on her shoulder, and they both get a good payday out of it. And they both, if it goes on to being a good show, then they will set out doubters for people. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, these people put
Hey,
the
Six,
possibility. Yeah,
I agree. And like for me, if Tatiana Suarez was not at 115, if she was not in the division, I would be for it. I would be for Whaley versus Valentina. I would be. I could, I wouldn't. I can't say I would be for it because I still would think that Manona's getting hosed, but I would be more okay with it if Tatiana wasn't in the division
yeah,
because at this point, like Whaley has somewhat, you can say she cleaned out the division, right?
yeah.
Either in this run or her previous run, she's beating the top girls. But
James Prez has a great point that he just made. Combo. I don't know if you see it. He
Oh, I
said
stepped
that.
away, y'all. What'd he say?
He said, Combo. Notice how they did a split screen with Kayla and Pena in Pena post fight interview, but they did squat for your girl, and Kayla only had 2 fights. Shit is comical. His
Yeah,
word.
yeah. Well, yeah, that just show you there. Like again, that's a hardcore thing, but yeah, it is a money thing. See, like when they see dollars in Kayla, they do that, but
Yeah.
they don't see the same stock in Manone
Well,
as like a financial thing.
as far as Valentina and Whaley, I'm just gonna wait to see what happens because sometimes Dana just says stuff. So we'll see.
Yeah.
we'll see. I don't know.
Peace out. Yeah, I gotta get up out of here.
All right.
All right, man. Good to have all of y'all on here. Yeah, let me get ready to shut this thing down. I will catch y'all on the next one, though.
All right.
But I appreciate y'all coming through as always. Y'all make good points, so it's always good to talk to people that don't get emotional,
Yeah.
Hold on.
Great talk, guys. Great talk.
Great talk.
Always.
Y'all be cool,
Always.
man. Y'all be cool.
All right, y'all.
All right, easy.
All right, y'all. Let me go ahead and shut this thing down. I was in the middle of cooking something too. It's all late, and I'm up in here cutting something up. But yeah, I appreciate everybody, in the chat as always, and good conversation. But yeah, let me shut this thing down. I'll catch y'all sometime next week. I'm gonna be a little busy this week, so I said let me go ahead and do on, a little longer here. Yeah. Let me close this out, close that out, and y'all hit that like button and subscribe like always. And I'm out. Peace.